Yeah. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Nice of value. So I would say in every way I could think. So I'm on the brink of becoming a pro. This thing talking about coding. Just making sure the stream is setting up right. Let's see here. There we go. Now I know. Yeah, so another day, another dollar, another stream. So I can talk about vibe coding. And you know that I'm knowing that it's only a matter of time before I reach my goal. So I just keep going with the flow. So the way I start out is going to be talking about the app I made yesterday, the Stop Loss Scholar. And even though I still have not made $1, I feel like this one's money. I feel like the last few apps I shouldn't even be giving away for free, but that's the scarcity programming in me. But I know I got to override it with abundance, so that's what I'm doing, is giving away these for free. And let's see. This is what I want to do. So I can show this to you. All right, so got the stop loss scholar. We got automatically programmed stop loss. So essentially each one of these candles is an hour for the time frame. We got this for crypto, because what I found with vibe coding crypto is way easier than vibe coding stock stuff, mainly because of one reason, and that's the APIs. With stocks, I needed APIs to get all the stock information, and with the free tier, they weren't very generous. The main thing it wouldn't give me, I couldn't find with the free tiers on the stock market, was like the current time. So any ideas I had that required, the current price, didn't work with the free tiers and stock markets. So all the tools I was making, it made sense, but this one I was like had on my mind, and now I find I can do it with crypto. So like looking at here, these are all, each one of these squares with the lines is called a candle. The lines are wicks. The squares are the bodies of the candle. These are each represent an hour at a time, and it shows the tight stop loss, which for trading, like this is what I would use. Essentially, I programmed it so you can't really see unless I zoom in. That is just below the last wick. And then here's like the next level of support for the next one down. Is going to be about, it's like down here. But really, I'd say the last one is down here. And this would be like the very beginner stop loss, and this would be like the intermediate stop loss, and this would be like the pro stop loss right here. Or if you're just learning in your paper trading, you can try any one you want. But essentially I got that, and then I got how much do you want to lose, how much are you willing to lose, or I would think maybe even like risk might be a better word. And essentially, let's say it's $10. So if you want to lose, if you're willing to risk $10 on a trade, and you're going to put in this tight stop loss right here, then you would want to, you could trade with $1,096.42. And if it hit that stop loss, you would lose your $10. Or you could do something like $196. Yeah, that's right, $196, and you could put a 10x leverage, and you'd be risking $10. And essentially, you can see for each stop loss, for how much you want to risk, how much you need to put down. Then we got to learn the basics, talking about like what is a stop loss versus stop limit, what is slippage. That's very important, especially for beginners to understand. Risk sizing, why these numbers, why it's talking about like 1 to 2%. because that's kind of like trading rules and even investing rules and even betting. Professionals really never try to lose more than 1 or 2% of their total account in one trade. So another thing for the risk amount based on, like, this is pretty basic, but it's just in there. And then it's talking about like stops per crypto versus stocks. But yeah, that's it. You can look up any crypto and it's going to show you what you want to see. Applies a line for any chart. So I think right about now I'm going to start the next project. And I'm going to do something different today. Essentially, I made this one today. What I want to do, I made this one yesterday, and I want to make something similar today that applies a lot of this same logic. So essentially, I'm gonna like try to find out how it works. Like, um, if I'm gonna kind of like apply things from one app to another. I've never really done that before. All my apps have been like different enough that I've never had to like look at data from one app and apply it to another, except for the Claude MD file that I use. So basically what I want to do is a trailing stop. So this is if you're about to make a buy, where you'd want to set your stop losses. But let's say that you bought down at the bottom and you're already in it. So then I want to have another tool that shows you if it's gone up, where you could set your trailing stop loss. And a trailing stop loss is essentially price goes up, you move your stop loss up. That way, if price goes back down to where you bought it at least you're taking some profits. And that's a very common strategy. So, yeah, it's going to apply a lot of the same logic from this one, but I'm going to be looking into more like testing out my new workflow and trying something new to see what I can do. And the main reason I want to try this is because I know in the future I'm going to be looking at, when I make stuff, other things for examples. So like, what if I just want to be like, hey, like I like this style on this website, but I want it to be a little different. And then like, how am I going to communicate that? So I think this is what I'm going to learn here. And yeah, get into the planning process now. So I'm starting with Gemini. And then I'm going to switch over to my new workflow over on VS Code. So I'm going to get into Gemini about this new project. Get the vision right, get the name, get the main pain points that I'm going to solve. All right, so for today's project, I want to do an app that is essentially very similar to yesterday. But what I want to do, yesterday I had a thing where you could set stop losses automatically. So like where the price is now, like if you're going to buy. And what I want to do today is I want to set up a system that will set up trailing stop losses. So essentially what I'm thinking is like a person would enter the price where they bought it, and then it would set up trailing stop losses based on that buy price. So this is going to be another crypto app, and yeah, I want to do like a lot of the the same things, like the same logic that was in the app from yesterday. So what I'm really trying to learn today is like, what if I'm building an app that I want to borrow logic from another app or style or something like that, like essentially like how would I set that up? So before I start any of the planning stuff, I want you to just explain to me, that you understand what I'm trying to do, and explain to me, what I don't really understand from your perspective. Getting into the LLM's mind to have a conversation. It sounds like I'm ready to level up from static stop loss to a trailing stop loss. So Gemini gets the vision. Yesterday was about where to get out if you're wrong immediately. Today is about protecting profits as the trade goes your way. They get it. Since we are borrowing the DNA of yesterday's app, we aren't starting from scratch, we're evolving it. So here's what Gemini understands. The input, the user enters their buy price. The app tracks the highest price reached since that entry. The logic, it calculates a stop loss at a specific distance. It's saying like, for example, 2% or a structural level below that high water mark. Okay, so that's the main thing it doesn't understand. I don't want it at a specific distance. It's all about the structural level, so I got to make sure to tell it that. The trail, if the price goes up, the stop loss moves up. If the price goes down, the stop loss stays exactly where it's at. They understand that. The tech will likely reuse Binance WebSocket for real-time data and the charting library to show the trailing line visually. How to borrow logic, the professional perspective. Since I want to learn how to reuse code from yesterday, here's the mental framework pros use. You don't just copy paste, you abstract and refactor. The store, zoo stand. So yesterday's store managed the current price and the client data. And I believe the client data was essentially like the logic on like where to draw the lines. The borrow. So I'm going to keep the WebSocket logic and the candle fetching. The change. I need to add a new state variable, peak price. Every time a new price comes in, I can run a check. If the current price is greater than the peak price, set the peak price times the current price. Some math calculations. So the calculation engine, today we use structural support wicks to borrow the function that scans candles for the lowest low. To change, instead of scanning from now backwards, you might scan from the entry price forward to find the most recent support level to anchor the trail to. The UI components, to borrow the chart component and the price line logic. To change, I'll need a new input field for entry price and a visual toggle for trailing percentage versus trailing structure. All right, I'm following it so far. What I need to clarify, what Gemini needs to clarify from my perspective, to make sure this doesn't freeze up or get clogged like the terminal did yesterday, there's two technical questions. So what they're talking about, my terminal didn't freeze up when I was working on the project yesterday. It was after, and I was trying to do like edits on a bunch of different files or audits on a bunch of different files. And something weird happened in my terminal, and Claude or Gemini is just confused like when that happened. Manual entry versus real-time entry. Do you want to use a user to type in, I bought at 60K, or do you want a buy now button that captures the exact current price and starts the trail automatically? How about both? The trail trigger. In professional trading, a trailing stop sometimes only activates once you are in a certain amount of profit. So don't start trading until I'm up 1%. Do you want the trail to start moving the second the price ticks up, or only after a profit buffer is hit? Okay, so this is all about if you hit buy now, because if you're already putting in your buy price, essentially it shouldn't be drawing these lines until like enough of new support has been established. So it needs to understand that. Does this sound like the right direction? Okay, I gotta explain to it what it doesn't understand. So it sounds like you understand most of this. The main things I need to clarify are in regards to where to set the lines, the stop loss lines, and in regards to that, I do not want to do a specific, like 2% or percentage distance. I want it to be all regarding structural levels, just like I did with the stop loss scholar project yesterday. So essentially the other thing that I want is I want to try having a option that you can click, I just bought now, or another option where it says like, what was your buy price, and then you just put in the buy price. I'm thinking maybe I'll just end up removing the buy now option because it might just not be that necessary. But essentially what I want to do is like if you do the buy now, it doesn't draw lines unless like a new unless like the price goes in your favor and a new level of support is established. So it shouldn't just like, create lines unless new support is established, and it should be able to recognize that support and create lines based on that support being established. So essentially, I think this is like clearing up everything, and I want you to start by creating, actually, first just go ahead and give me like a summary of like the changes that I want and like how you see the whole project now. Yeah, I feel like I gotta catch myself because sometimes I'll try to like ask too many questions at one time, and I think it gets the LLM and even the vibe coding confused. So I gotta get better at, which I am doing because I became more aware of it. Get better at keeping things like one step at a time and not asking like different questions in the same prompt unless they're like really really closely related. Okay, so the evolution of the project is much more pro tier because it moves from a static exit to a dynamic position management tool. I'm not just looking for a safety net, I'm building a floor that climbs the stairs behind the price. Exactly. Here's the summary of the project architecture and how Gemini sees it now, incorporating the structure only and buy price requirements. So the structural high watermark logic is essentially, instead of a simple percentage trailing stop, the app will act as a support hunter. Um, Every phase, when you enter a buy price, the app looks for the most recent structural support below that entry to set the initial stop. Uh, no, because this is for buying, so it should be above that entry. Yeah, okay, so it still doesn't understand that. Good thing I did this to have it like re-clarify, because I'm gonna have to keep doing this. I feel I should keep doing this until it totally understands. And that way it's got the vision right. And the main thing I'm being so strict on it to be so clear today is because I wanted to explain to me how I'm going to explain to the AI vibe coding that I want to like borrow certain features from the other app I made yesterday, essentially. So the trailing phase, the stop only moves when the price creates a new structural base. That sounds right. The rule: if the price rallies and then consolidates to create a new higher low wick, a new structural support, the stop loss line snaps up to that new level. If the price just grinds up without forming a nuclear base, the stop stays out. Okay, they get that. User input and trigger flow. We will streamline the UI to focus at the entry point as the anchor for the logic. The buy price input, a clean manual field where you input your entry. Now button, optional, secondary, a quick tap button that grabs the current WebSocket price and fills the buy price field automatically. Activation. The moment a buy price is set, the scanner from yesterday's logic begins looking for the valid structural levels relative to that specific entry point. So borrowing and refactoring. The technical strategy. Since we're borrowing from Stop Loss Scholar, here's the internal guts of the app will change. So yesterday it would scan the last 100 to 200 candles from now. Today it's going to scan from the entry price forward to now. Yesterday it updated every time a new candle closed. Today it's going to update only when the current low is greater than the previous structural low. Line persistence. Yesterday lines can move down if support breaks. Today a ratchet effect. Lines can only move up. They are locked against downward movement. I think that should work. Visuals, red lines for fixed stops. Yesterday, today, multicolor lines, orange for shadowing, green for profit locked. Alright, I'm not really 100% on what their logic is for that, but it sounds good so far, except for that one thing from the top I need to mention to it. So how the new support recognition works. This is the heart of the request. To prevent the lines from jumping prematurely, we will implement a confirmation filter. The direction is to identify a new local wick low. Verification. The price must move a certain distance, for example 2 to 3 candles above that wick high before the app accepts it as a new structural floor. The snap. Once verified, the stop loss line moves up to the new wick. And So for the next step, I need to clarify that one thing at the top. That would be the stop only moves. Okay, when I enter a buy price, the app looks for the most recent structural support below that entry to set up the initial stop. That's what I don't want it to do. That's what like yesterday's app did. So yeah, see you in the comments. I'm back at it again. Gonna learn something new today. Hopefully you enjoy the live stream, and yeah, trying out new things. So if you see anything I'm missing, let me know. I feel like you definitely know what you're doing out here, so it's good to see some experienced coders out here, and yeah, just trying to learn something new. So I'll see what I do. All right. Okay, so for the entry phase part of the plan, you're talking about when I enter a buy price, the app looks for the most recent structural support below that entry to set the initial stop. From what I understand, that's basically what I created yesterday. So I don't want any stops below the buy price. That would be for the stop loss Scholar app. So this would be different. There shouldn't be any stop losses below the buy price. This is not going to have a stop loss set until um, the price moves up from the buy price and starts to establish a new level of support. So now, like, recreate a very simple, basically outline of the plan with this new understanding. Did I vibe that chart? Yes, I did. And this one, when I first made it, it was looking bad. It was like I wanted it to be set like cuz I'm a experienced investor, so I know like where to set these lines. Um but when I had it make it like I explained it how I wanted it to be to where the lines were set structurally, but it just like it didn't understand that, so it automatically set them at like 2%, like 5% and like 10%. So I had to like manually go back at the end and basically like vibe code to work with it. It took me like a couple prompts to get it to understand what I was trying to do and to get it right. It was like really difficult with the standard stop loss. But essentially after like talking to it for a while, I was able to get it to understand like how to set these stop losses at the right spot under support. So yeah, and then when I did that, then when I like tried to do another audit, it like messed it up again. So I had to like figure out why that audit messed it up, and I had to go back and like make changes to like make sure it like wouldn't keep changing each time I like like change something with an audit or something. But yeah, today's is gonna be essentially like the next level to this. This is like it'll help you like say you're just buying right now. This shows the current price. If you were buying right now, this would be like the place you'd want to set your stop loss. Um, at least if I were buying this is where I would set my stop loss right here. So, yeah, back to where I was at, showing me the new plan. We got the entry, anchor. You enter your buy price. No lines appear in the chart. The app is in observation mode. The app waits for the current price to move above the buy price. Okay. So I see how it's still confused because I'm asking it to do two things. I think the best way to do this is to tell it not to do the option to say that you're buying right now. I'm gonna need to like wire this whole thing so you just put in a buy price, and then once I make sure that works, then I think it would make more sense to vibe code the current buy option. But that like still like I'm thinking that might not even make sense. I'll wait till I'm done because if a person clicks that, then they just have to like leave the app open for like a long time probably unless they remembered it. So that's like a whole nother issue. So I understand how to fix this problem. So yeah, yeah, respect. Okay, so I gotta explain to it. All right, I see where you're getting confused. I do not want to add a option to buy now. yet. I'll wait till everything is done and then I'll see if it makes sense to do that. Because you're talking about no lines should appear on the chart once you enter your buy price. And that's not how this is going to work. I want the main feature to be that someone enters their buy price, and the only reason no lines should appear on the chart when they enter a buy price is if a level of support has not been established above the buy price yet. So change the plan so that there's no option to say buy now. We're just having a box where it says, what is your buy price? You put in your buy price, and then it will draw the trailing stop lines if there is a level of support established above the buy price. And then if there's multiple levels, you can put in multiple stops and limit the stops to 3. So let me know if you understand the changes now by creating a new outline like you just did. So Gemini is saying the app's primary job is to look for your specific entry point and ask, since this person bought here, what structural safety nets have been built above the price? Exactly. If the market has rallied and consolidated since your entry, those lines appear. If it hasn't established a floor yet, the screen stays clean until it does. Exactly. They get it now. Okay. And that's how I need to explain it. Something very similar to that to plan mode. The trailing structure, refined outline, the single source of truth, the manual entry, the input, a dedicated text box for entry price, the filter. The moment you enter the price, the app creates a horizontal barrier in its logic. It will ignore every structural support level that exists below that number. Exactly. The 3-tier structural logic. Instead of infinite lines, we're limiting the app to the 3 strongest support levels found above your price logic. Stop 1 tight, stop 2 moderate, stop 3 deep. Note, only if one level of support has been built since you bought, only one line will show. Exactly. And then real-time snap updates as the web logic or the web socket brings in new data. The app constantly checks for new higher lows. The ratchet. When a new 4th level is confirmed, the deepest line, stop 3, disappears, and the lines shift up to follow the price. This ensures you always have the 3 most relevant floors visible. Yes, that is what I wanted to do. No regression. Just like yesterday, these lines are physically unable to move down. Once a level is locked in, can only be replaced by a higher one. Exactly, because if it moves down, then it would have hit the stop. So then it wouldn't make sense to like put a new one in. Okay. How this looks to the user. You type 60,000 in the box. The price is currently 65,000. The app scans the 5,000 point gap. Finds 3 wicks at 61, 200, 62, 50, 64, 100. Boom. The 3 lines instantly appear on the chart. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Alright, so also from what I understand is like to be a better vibe coder, I want to speak to the AI more like what my goal is, like what I want it to be able to do, instead of like what I'm trying to build. I guess if that makes sense. So I'm going to copy essentially this logic and paste it to the side so I can reference it as I'm working. Okay, there we go. And then I got the next question for Gemini. Okay, so that's the logic for this. So now I know how to explain that to Claude Code plan mode. How do I explain what I want to create in regards to borrowing the same logic from yesterday's app so it doesn't have to like um so I basically don't have to explain it all over again. So like the parts that would essentially do the same thing from yesterday, would it make more sense to just say like, borrow the logic from and then like state the app in like the correct folder, and then that would be better than explaining it? Or is it just better to like go and explain it like it's brand new? Let me know what you think about like what I'm trying to do, because I've never, created something where I've like had it use something else for reference, I guess. So in the pro world, we call this referencing a base code base. I'm 100% right that telling the AI to look at your existing work is much more efficient than explaining it from scratch. Since Claude Code has access to your file system, the best way to do this is to use contextual referencing. Okay, and this is money. This is like the new level, the new thing I've never tried before. So this is all going to be the learning process part of the build. This, and then I'm guessing the vibe coding to make sure that these lines are in the right place and that everything's right with the vision. Okay, so since Claude Code has access to the file system the best way, contextual referencing, you don't want to copy the entire app because that includes the old initial logic exactly. But you want to steal the plumbing. That's a good way to understand it. Okay. The professional borrowing technique. The best approach is to tell Claude, use app A, like say the name of the app, as a reference for the tech stack and WebSocket logic, but implement this new specific feature. Okay. Here's the only thing I problem I see with that is like it's using the logic, but it needs to know that it shouldn't be using the logic to create the lines underneath the price. That's the new part. So Claude can read your directories, tell it exactly where to look. Reference and I need to say like the folder's location and the right files for what it's referencing. Okay, from my stop loss scholar project, I get it in the stop loss scholar folder. Okay, identify the DNA to steal. Tell it which specific functions are the gold you want to keep. The WebSocket. Keep the Binance WebSocket set up for real-time price updates. The Wix scanner. Keep the logic that identifies structural lows. Wix from the client data. The tech stack. Use the same Next.js 15 Tailwind and ZooStand. Define the delta, the change. This is where I tell it to stop copying and start innovating. Awesome. The logic should change from static stop loss to trailing profit guard. Instead of scanning backwards from now, scan forwards from the user's manual entry price. Only display up to 3 structural stops that are higher than that entry. Alright, so they're giving me a master prompt. Want to create a new app called Profit Guard Trailing. That's not what I want to call it, but that's cool. Please use my existing stop loss scholar project as a blueprint. Specifically, I want to use the Binance WebSocket price feed, the ZooStand store structure, and the logic that identifies structural support wick lows. The new logic, entry price. Replace the automatic stop calculation with a manual entry price input box. The scanning rule only identifies structural support levels that occurred after the entry price was hit and are higher than the entry price. 3 stop limit. display a maximum of 3 horizontal stop loss lines. These should be the 3 most relevant, strongest structural floors above the entry price. And the ratchet effect. As the price creates new higher structural supports, the lines should snap up to the new levels. The lines can never move down. That's the money prompt right there. There we go. All right. Now I want to understand the main problems and pain points, especially that beginner investors have in regards to understanding trailing stops after they've already bought something and the price has gone up. So I guess scan the internet, let me know what you find. It's a great strategic shift. Looking at pain points, you can design the app to solve real emotional and technical problems. Yep. Beginners often set their trailing stop too close to the current price because they're terrified of red candles. I would say I remember doing that. So then they get wicked out by a tiny normal price fluctuation noise, only to watch the price skyrocket 20% higher without them. The absolution. This is why your structural support focus is so smart. It teaches them to place stops where the market actually breathed before, rather than just a random 1% below the price. The round trip. Watching winners turn to losers. There's nothing more painful for a beginner than being up 10% and then letting the trade go all the way back to zero, or even worse, for a loss. So they don't know when to start trailing. They wait for a massive move that never comes and then freeze when the entry price starts dropping. Yeah, I think that's even a bigger pain point than the first one. And the obvious level trap. Retail traders often put their stops at the exact same obvious round numbers. And that causes the whales, the institutional players, know these levels are crowded with a lot of stops, so they often push the price just enough to trigger all those sell orders before reversing the price back up. So let's see. Got some more, but they're not as important as the other ones. I'm gonna write this stuff down so I have it for reference. Got the trailing too tight and round trip. Watching winners turn to losers. That is what's going on. And the round trip fix was manual entry anchor. Yeah, so I got the vision and the problems. Now I just need to do the name. Help me decide a name for this project. I want it to be catchy, and I want it to say something about what it's doing. So if like someone looks at the name, they can understand like what this tool does right away. Give me 20 suggestions for a name based on these guidelines. Yo, what's up, Kai? Hope you're doing good. Hope everything is good with you. So, just getting into this build for today. I'm trying something new today. Essentially, like every app I've created has just been like, like me building it from scratch. And today, what I want to do is try building something where I'm like essentially borrowing ideas or features that I made in my app yesterday. So what I'm doing right now is I just went through and had Gemini help me understand how I need to explain to essentially what would that be, Claude plan mode, how I can borrow features and ideas from another app but still make something that's different, and it's just using that stuff, and it will help me because then I don't have to, like re-explain like the entire project over like I'm starting from scratch. So then I could use those like this in the future. If I'm building something and I see something else that I like and I want to like, I'm inspired by another website and I see like, well, I kind of want my website to look like that, but like a little different. Then I can explain like, check this out. This is like kind of like the vibe I want, except like it's different because of, like X, Y, and Z things. So we got the names, the Prophet Guard, the Gain Sentry. Nope, I'm just gonna say the ones that sound good. The Snap Trail, Stair Step, Base Builder, Support Scope, Wick Pivot, Structural Snap, Logic Level, Profit Path. Okay. I feel like it even said earlier. So it was even like mentioned something that was like a really good name, but it didn't say it again. And I should have wrote that down, but I'm just scrolling up to find it. The I think it was like trailing profit guard. Respect, yeah. Hopefully you get some value off of the live stream today in multiple ways. You got the understanding for the investing. You can see right here, like if you were to buy Bitcoin right now, this is where you'd want to set your stop loss essentially. So today what we're doing is if you buy something, it's going to show you, if you're already like, say you like bought over here and you're already in the profit, it's going to show you where to set your trails so that if the price comes back down that you're taking profit and not getting like a lot of times what happens is people buy something and they'll just let it go up and then it just crashes back down to where they bought it, and then they could have taken profit but they didn't. So this is going to solve that problem. So both yesterday's app and today's app are essentially like two apps that can be used together. Like you would use this one to learn where to buy and set your or not learn where to buy, but where to set your stop loss when you buy. And then after the price starts moving up, then the app for today is going to show you where to set your stop losses after it moves up, so that you don't, if it goes back down, you're at least taking some profit. Okay, so for the name, it's going to be, yesterday was Stop Loss Scholar Support Hunter. Yes, that's what I wanted. Okay, I found it. Okay, so you mentioned a name earlier, Support Hunter. That sounds really good, but it's not really catchy. So essentially, can you create a list of 10 more names that, either use or play off of Support Hunter and are catchier, and if possible, explain that, have a better understanding if someone were to read it, what this tool does than just what Support Hunter would tell them? And I just remember too, man, Kai, if you're watching, I remember you were talking about that you couldn't afford the subscription, and someone yesterday mentioned that because I have the max plan that I get like I don't know if it was like seven. They said like it was like a free trial or something like that that I can like gift to people. But yeah, I was gonna look into that. So if I do have those extra subscriptions that I can give out, I'll definitely send you a link to one of them, probably in the Discord. So we got Wick Snap, Floor Scout, Base Bolt, Apex Anchor, Pivot Guard, Traceback, Bolt Trail, Ridge Runner, Level Lock. I like Level Lock. Alright, I'm gonna use Level Lock. I'm gonna go with Level Lock, but I want you to give me 10 suggestions for subtitles that would essentially help explain better what Level Lock does. Yeah, no doubt, man. I remember that. I didn't even know that I got those yesterday. Someone was telling me that I should have that. So I didn't check yet, but if I do, I'll definitely send one to you. So we got the structural support trailing for crypto, the only stop loss that climbs with the wicks, turning market structure into your profit floor. I mean, structural support trailing for crypto sounds the best so far. Secure your gains one support level at a time. Automated profit guarding via structural floors. Dynamic exit strategy for the disciplined trader. No, I liked structural support trailing for crypto. That's what I should use. Shade CN UI. I feel like someone told me something similar to that, and I took a note of it. But no, I don't think I've tried that, but I'm gonna take a note right now. So Shade CN or Shad CN. Yeah, that sounds really familiar, but I haven't checked it out yet. Shad CN for UI and Iconify. Awesome. All right. Got so I'm gonna tell him structural support trailing for crypto. I'm gonna go with structural support trailing for crypto. That's awesome. Yeah, I can't wait to try those things. I'm feeling like I need to know the next new tool to try out, and looks like that's what it's going to be. And that's like one area that I haven't really put much effort into is the UI, because I'm just trying to build MVPs, but I'm feeling like I want to start to understand that. Especially soon, I want to build like like a hub, like a main website for all these tools, and I definitely want that to be to look good. So might as well start learning it now and start implementing that at least somewhat on the next few projects, so that like when I actually want the website to look good, then I'll know like how to make it look good. All right, so I'm going to Going to copy and paste the name so I have it for later. And essentially, I'm ready to start this new project. So I'm going to go and set up my new workflow in the VS Code. But yeah, I got to create the new folder. I got the C drive, the dev folder, the apps, and the 30 finance apps. And I'm going to create the new folder and then copy and paste the Claude MD in it. So let's see, new folder with level up. Oh yeah, I didn't even write the name down. Level lock, yep. All right. Just move the folder into VS Code. And yep, it's already got the sprint rules. And one thing I remember I did yesterday was it didn't, like after I did the plan, it didn't create a plan MD. So I got to make sure that I remember to tell it today. I was going to add that to the Claude MD file, but I didn't get time to do that. So yeah, I just got to remember to tell it to, when it's done planning, to create the plan MD and then not get started. So okay, first thing I'm going to do is start up the terminal window for the build. Get rid of that port window. And then I got already, I don't even have to do anything, Claude Code for the plan mode and Codex for the auditing. So yeah, I just started this new workflow like 2 days ago, and it's already gone from taking me like 5 minutes to set it up and being kind of confused to setting it up just as easy as I set up my old workflow pretty much. So this is just the beginning. I feel like it'll be no time and I'll be at like 10 different windows. So all right, I want to be in Claude Code first for plan mode, so I'm going to switch to plan mode. Just make sure that I can see, yep, clearly on my screen. All right, that looks good. Here we go, plan mode. Here's plan mode. And I got my document that I took down the notes for how I'm going to explain this build. So how many apps have I built so far? This is day, I believe, 22. It's either 21 or 22. So I've built either the 21 or 22 apps that I built from doing one app a day from this stream. And then I built one app before I started this stream. So thinking it's either 21 or 22 or 23. And I'm going to keep going until I get to 30. So yeah, never running out of ideas. Seem to always come up with an idea. And even the days where I had no idea and I just started the stream, like I still just did a little bit of research and just still came up with one. So I feel like I could have done this for 100 days if I wanted to, but I'm starting to feel like I'm ready to like move on to different types of projects. Like I want to try building websites, but most importantly, I want to try building AI employees, essentially, starting with like a marketing team. So the new logic, the name is wrong, it's level lock. Does it need to be a trading idea? So, are you talking about like the apps that I'm still gonna build for the 30 apps, or the like, I guess, okay, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to make all these the remaining apps with finance. So they're not, these are kind of the first ones I actually did for trading. Most of them I've done before have been more for, not for trading, but for just knowing like how to get in, how to buy at the right time, and to just with the intention of just buying and holding for like, you know, at least like a few years. But now these are more for trading. But essentially what I'm thinking is like I'll have like kind of like a funnel. So if you know how a business funnel works, essentially like most of the apps I've done have been for beginner investors that would not be for trading. But now I'm starting to like see value in doing some trading apps, mainly because they're more complicated as far as the build goes, and I'm trying to like build things that are more complicated to learn more. But I'll do it kind of like a funnel, so that like the overall hub, it will have kind of something for everybody. And essentially like it would bring people into the funnel that are beginners, or maybe even haven't even like started investing yet. And then everything on the funnel should kind of teach them. And then once they like, you know, get to the next level where they understand the basic stuff, then there can be like, you know, now you've, you know, mastered this stuff for knowing when to buy. Now here's the information to start trading. And then sky's the limit. Like I could go all the way up to like even having trading bots, to where like, okay, now you've figured out how to trade. Now here's how you can like create your own trading bot, and just get people like, you know, up the funnel. I can have different price tiers based on what people want out of the finished project, I guess. All right, so we got level lock for the name. All right. All right. Today, what I want to do is build an app called Level Lock, and the subtitle for the name is Structural Support Trailing for Crypto. So essentially, I want you to use the existing project that I made yesterday, which is called Stop Loss Scout. Should have had that down. Stop Loss Scout. And this is the kind of like the blueprint that's going to help you create this new app for. Why is it doing that? Okay. So this is going to be like a blueprint to help you create today's app, because what I want to do is like essentially use some of the features from yesterday's app to build today's app. And specifically, I want to reuse the Binance. Oh, I see, because when I click on the other, oh, each time I'm clicking on this document to scroll down, it's like stopping me from being able to talk. Yeah, I definitely need to get some kind of like speech tool for this that's other than the built-in one for Windows. I want to use or reuse the Binance WebSocket price feed, the ZooStand store structure, and the same logic that identifies the structural support wick lows. So the new logic, the entry input, replace the automatic stop calculations from yesterday with a manual entry price input box. The scanning rule only identify structural support levels, wicks that occurred after the entry price was hit and are higher than the entry price. The 3 stop limit, display a maximum of 3 horizontal stop loss lines. These should be the 3 most relevant, strongest structural floors above the entry price. And the ratchet effect. As the price creates new higher structural supports, the line should snap up to the new levels. The lines can never move down. So I want to initialize a new Next.js 15 project in this new level lock folder using the styling and component patterns from the referenced app of Stop Loss Scout that is in the 30 finance apps folder. So essentially what this is going to be is this is going to have a button where a person puts in the price that they bought at, and then it's going to create trailing stops. So it shouldn't create the stop, like I was saying, unless support has already been established above the buying price. If support hasn't been established yet, then it shouldn't create a stop yet. So I'm going to give you some more information. I'm going to give you more information to be more specific about what I'm building today. So there should be the dedicated text box for the entry price. The person can type in what price they bought at. And the moment that someone enters their price, the app will create a horizontal barrier in its logic and ignore every structural support level that exists below that number. And there's a 3-tier structural logic, tight, moderate, and deep. Stop 1 is tight, stop 2 is moderate, and stop 3 is deep. It's essentially going to use the same structural logic that I used yesterday. There's the real-time snap updates. As the WebSocket brings in new data, the app constantly checks for new higher lows. And for the ratchet, when a new 4th level is confirmed, the deepest line, stop 3, will disappear and the lines shift up to follow the price. This will ensure that there's always the 3 most relevant floors visible. No regression. Just like yesterday, these lines are physically unable to move down. Once a level is locked in, it can only be replaced by a higher one. Alright, I feel like I have explained the majority of this app. So what I want you to do is to ask me as many questions as you can to get as clear as possible about what I want to build. And then once you know everything you need to know, I want you to create the plan and then create a planmd file, which you will put in the root folder of this project. And then after you create that, don't start building the project. Just let me know that you're done creating the planmd file. Alright, I'm definitely starting to get better at explaining stuff to Claude Code, and I'm even catching myself starting to say actual terminology for developers, put it in the root file, and I don't even have to think, it's just automatically flowing, like I'm learning a new language. So yeah, I mean, doing this every day consistently is definitely definitely got me already starting to think like a developer. So I'm just looking at the chat. Looks like I missed a few. Um, yeah, Kai's working on a speech tool, and he's working on it with another streamer. It's called Talk Texty. So yeah, because I was talking about essentially like what I was using is the Windows command where you hit Windows and H, and then it pulls up like dictation that works on like anything I'm typing on. And the main reason that I understand people build these speech tools for vibe coding is because this is my understanding that a lot of the like technical developer terms aren't picked up very well by dictation, like the regular dictation. So like if you have a vibe coding version, then it's like programmed to like, understand developer terminology, because you don't want to get those like main points wrong. And I found myself catching it when it does that, and I'll say something and it'll dictate it wrong, and I'm like, I know it's important, so I'll go back and change it. So that's like the main reason. But also, this is just like kind of annoying to like every time I click on something else, it stops dictating. So if I'm like trying to, like I just did, scroll down on another file to read, and it just like automatically stops. So I already definitely I'm seeing a lot of value for something like that. And essentially the what you're doing is you're fixing it because you don't like how laggy and the UI you want to improve. So you're forking it since the other guy allowed anyone to use the project for free. You're gonna make it more optimized and look way better. That's awesome. Yeah, if you don't mind, whenever you're when you're done with it, put the link in the Discord, because I definitely want to start trying different dictation tools for the terminal and for the chat window. So yeah, we got another guy back from yesterday, Charlanator, or a person, I guess. I don't know if that's a guy or a girl. I just say guy. But so the stream yesterday motivated you to pick up an old project back up. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad I'm I was hoping like, see people seeing me as a beginner, like getting into this and going in on it like the way I am would help people motivate to start building and creating things. So I'm glad that makes me happy to see that. Um so you started it from scratch, and you haven't tried it yet, but Whisperflow is supposed to be super good for speech to text. Yep, I've heard of Whisperflow, and then Bridge Voice, and then I'd like to try that Talk Texty. So yeah, I definitely need to want to start trying those, because I'm already running into limitations with the Windows version for dictation. And I learned another lesson today too. I was asking like, I was asking the LLM like, can I just pull up the folder that has all my apps in it and just have Codex like do an audit and check every app? And it was like, yeah, you can do that. So I was like, all right, cool. So I did that. And then I'm like, okay, now I made all the, I found the problems and I went and fixed them. And I'm like, so now how should I, send everything to GitHub? Like, what's a good prompt? And they're like, don't do that. And I'm like, oh, why is that? Like, I had no idea. And they're like, yeah, it can like mess stuff up if you try to like send a whole batch of files to GitHub at the same time. And Vercel, it'll mess things up. And I had no idea. And they're like, by the way, you probably shouldn't be trying to do like the auditing on multiple files at the same time like that. Like, that can cause problems too. So I was like, okay, I had no idea, and I just had to do it to figure that out. So now I know in the future to just focus on like auditing one thing at a time, because Yeah, I was talking about it can try to like apply changes to apps that like might not even need it, and it can break stuff that wasn't already broken. But yeah, I figured all that out, and then I started just like going by one app at a time to commit it. So for the most part, yeah, the links are still in the description. They should all still work, but I'm like halfway through the committing the changes to pushing and committing the changes to GitHub. So some of the apps might have been like kind of weird from the audit that it didn't push it yet. But yeah, learned something new with that. So yeah, looking good with what it's doing so far. Hasn't even started asking me like the important questions yet. I feel like I did like give it a very thorough explanation of what I want to do, and it's going to be interesting because um I feel like by just telling it to borrow the stuff from yesterday, that cut down the context of what I had to tell it probably by like 50%. So yeah, I know like being a better vibe coder, um getting inspiration from other projects, and then if I can just like get good at understanding how to clarify exactly like the parts I like from the other project, but I don't want to be like copying things exactly. I want to be just inspired by things and then make my own version of it. Okay, here we go with the questions. We got entry flow. Let's see. For the entry price input, should the app start monitoring scanning for structural supports immediately when a user types a price, or should there be a start button after they click there, or should there be a start button they click after entering the price? Well, I guess essentially they gotta click something when they like if they just enter the price, it's not gonna automatically. Okay, yeah, so I see what they're saying. Do I want it so like as soon as the user types a price, it just starts scanning, or they have to type the price, then click a button? That makes way more sense because, they could just start typing if it's like Bitcoin's like $100,000. They could just start typing and then they like type 1,000 and then it might think that's the price there. So there should definitely be a start button. Should the app include the ticker symbol search from Stop Loss Scout, or is this app focused on a single hard coded pair? The ticker search. Yup. The original app has an education section and a risk dashboard with position sizing. Should the level lock include any of those, or keep it purely focused on the trailing stop display? That's awesome. I didn't even remember to include that. So I think I should clarify that a little better though for it. Um oh, I'll just see what it does. So here's this option: full feature set, include the risk dashboard and education section, adapted for the trailing stop context. That was exactly what I was going to tell it for the most part. So I mentioned tight, moderate, and deep stops. In the original app, the algorithm scans different candle ranges for level lock. Since we only care about supports above the entry price that formed after the entry price was hit, how should the three tiers differ? By proximity, tight equals closest support above entry. Yep, moderate equals middle one, and deep furthest above entry. Wait, closest support above entry. No, it's like the opposite. So that by strength. No, not how many times it bounced off the level. Tight equals most recent support formed. Yeah, moderate equals second most recent and deep equals oldest, like a time-based ranking. Yes, that's what I want to do. All right. When the user changes the symbol, like they're looking for a different ticker, should the entry price and lock stops be cleared or should they persist? Um, yeah, it should be definitely fresh for each one because they all have different prices, so that wouldn't make sense. For the education section, should explain trailing stops and the level lock concept specifically, or use the same general stop loss education content from Stop Loss Scout. Like I already said, I thought that for this part it should be custom. Should the chart visually indicate which candle wicks were used to determine each stop level? I'm not sure what that's asking me here. Lines plus entry marker. Oh, I see what they're saying. Okay. Do they want to add extra lines that show like the distance to the entry price? And even visually highlight the candle wicks that formed each support level. Um, that's not necessary because you can tell by looking at it. So just the lines. Yep. When you say the lines can never move down, if the user clicks the start button and later wants to reset, so like they made a mistake or want to re-enter, should there be a reset clear button? Um, no, it should just automatically. Uh, I see what how they're confused. Okay. So I don't even have to explain it. Let them type a new entry price and click start again to restart the whole process. Yeah. All right. Seeing where it gets confused based on what I tell it, and then I can kind of like take a mental note of the things it doesn't understand and kind of like get better in the future of explaining to it what I want in a clearer way. Just like it's almost like talking to a person that just like thinks differently from anyone I've ever talked to before. And the more I talk to it, the more I understand how it thinks. And the more I understand how it thinks, the more I know how to talk to it and how to phrase things correctly so that there's less confusion. All right. I'm going to take a seat, get off my feet. Yeah, I had to change up my lighting too. Had the bright video light. And before I was streaming, I would just, make like maybe like 10, 20 minute like short form videos, and having that bright video light in my face for like, 10 or 20 minutes, I never really noticed it, but streaming for multiple hours with that bright light, I was starting to feel the strain in my eyes, so set up a different lighting setup. Good thing my desk is sturdy and not cheap, because I just bumped it with my knee. Yeah, I went from doing this all on the laptop with only thing I got new from the start was a new webcam for better audio. Now it's like brand new desktop, got the way better monitor, better microphone, better lighting. New standing desk I got a couple months ago. Got that board a couple months ago. And it's crazy because like I didn't even like I remember when I got the standing desk and the board, like I didn't even know I was doing this challenge yet. And it's just like I just felt really compelled to get it. And then like everything kind of flowed to like doing this challenge, and it was like I already had everything. And then I started the challenge, and then I realized my old laptop really wasn't able to do everything I wanted to do with the streaming. And it was like not only that, it was like a week before I was looking at doing some like AI generated videos, and it was like, yeah, your laptop's not going to be very good for editing those. And yeah, like two things in a row, just like, yeah, this old laptop's not, and like I thought that laptop was still really good, but it was like 5 years old, and I was like, wait, I haven't had this for like 5 years, and technology changes so much. So yeah, I went to the store. First I was looking at like building another computer, and then I realized like after doing research that like, yeah, it's changed to where it used to be more cost effective to build your own PC. Last one I built was probably like 10 years ago, and they're saying nowadays like it's just the same price basically to just go buy a already built one, a pre-built one. So I went and got a new one, and trying to think what would be the next part of the setup. I don't know. Oh, music, yeah. I'm having a lot of trouble getting the music going. Should get some music going for sure. And I want to keep going with these. This is taking a little bit longer than I thought, but it's cool because it reminded me that I should get into some mindset teaching for abundance. Going back to the basics, like the law of attraction, like attracts like. Your thoughts act like a vibrational signal that draws matching experiences into your life. Your emotions serve as a built in compass. Positive emotions indicate alignment with your desires and your inner being, while negative emotions signal resistance or misalignment. Not only signal, but end up like creating that kind of thing in your reality. So, like, you learn to program your mind to stay positive, you're going to see more positive things in your reality. You know, you have negative mindset. The more you do that, the more you're programming your mind to do that, you're going to start to see more negative things in your reality. So we got the plan. It says accept this plan. The plan file is ready at the project root. I don't see it. Okay. It didn't show me the plan, but it's like, do I accept it? And I'm like, yeah, okay. Now I do not see the, at least it didn't just start building. Wait, yeah, it did. It did exactly. It's like I told you not to do that. Okay, so I definitely got to make sure that I put those commands in the Claude MD, because just telling it to do that, it did not remember to do that for the plan mode to start to build the plan MD file and then not just start creating everything. Okay, I gotta stop you now before you keep creating. I told you in the initial explanation for the plan that I wanted you to create the plan MD and then stop and not start creating the actual project. Also, you asked me to verify the plan before you even showed me the actual plan. So essentially, I also do not see the plan MD in the list of files next to the sprint rules MD. So I guess I want to make sure that the plan MD file is that I can see it and check it out before I get started. And I'm going to not have you in this window create the app. What is going on now? Okay, it's like it froze again. Oh, okay. That was weird. I was just clicking enter and it wasn't doing anything. Um, okay, yeah, so it wrote the plan somewhere else again. So I notice it's doing two different things that I need to include with my new Claude MD. Is that to write the plan MD in the project folder after I verify the plan, and then do not start building in the plan mode window. Okay. All right. Now I see the plan MD. Can check it out. All right, ready to start building. See what they call it. Sometimes it's steps, sometimes it's phases. I'll just say step 1. So, my new setup essentially is 3 windows. Start with Claude Code plan mode, get the plan MD built, and then I can start building in the Claude Code terminal, and it's just going to reference the plan MD file. And then I'm going to do it step by step. And each time it's done with a step, then I'm going to go back to the window for codecs, and I'm going to do an audit for that step and fix any potential problems before I start the next step, instead of like the old way, doing the whole thing in one Claude Code window in plan mode and then doing an audit at the end of everything. So yeah, this is way more of a professional workflow for a bunch of different reasons. And I'm not going to get into those right now because I want to start building. All right. So just start building step 1. Oh yeah, that's another thing about the what do you call it? The Windows dictation thing. It does not work well at all in the terminal. So essentially, yeah, that should be another thing for a feature for a voice dictation for vibe coding, is that it should work well in the terminal. Yes, proceed. So yeah, abundance teachings. Contrast is very valuable. Unwanted experiences aren't failures. They help you clarify what you do want. Every negative experience launches a new desire into your reality. So yeah, essentially, like learning all the things that don't work on this, all the problems are what are helping me to get better. If I never ran into problems, I'd probably still be stuck at the same level I was at a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So yeah, those are the biggest learning experiences, and those are the things that cause me to essentially like autocorrect my path and stay in the right lane, stay in my own lane, the right time, and in the right mindset. So that goes into, anytime you catch your mind thinking about like, something you can't do, like, oh, like you're not gonna be able to do that, or like, or something might happen bad in the future, thinking about like things that, you know, that might happen but haven't, or anytime your mind starts thinking anything negative, it's like learning to vibe code your mind to focus on something, even if you can't think of like, something that like, would be good that could happen in the future. You could just like think about like if you could be doing anything in the world, like what would be the most fun to you? Where would you want to be? And just put yourself there in your mind to get your whether you want to call it state or vibe, to the right place. so that you're more likely to manifest the positive instead of the negative. And that's all about you know, thinking a lot of times, like thinking ahead in the future of like what might go wrong, stuff like that. Um, Essentially, when you're doing that, you know, you're trying to control the outcome. You're trying to control the future, the way things like play out, and that's all about like resistance, and that's all about like putting yourself in the wrong negative mindset. So then you're more likely to like bring resistance and negative things in the future into your reality because you're trying to control the way things play out in life. And essentially being able to vibe code your mind to just be on the positive track, especially when you're starting something new, especially when you're starting a new business, a new project, whatever you're going to do. All right, step one is complete. Here's what was done. I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini, and hopefully it doesn't lie and tell me something I don't need, but I'm going to get a prompt for the codex window for the audit. All right, I just finished building step one in the terminal, and I'm going to paste the results here. I want you to create a prompt for me to do an audit for step one in Codex. And for these audits for each step, look at the list of what was completed, and then give it specific things to check based on that list. And then also at the end, mention that it should just also do like a regular audit. Yeah. Go. Here's the specific audit prompt. Please perform a step one audit on the Level Lock project. Focus on the following specific checks based on the initialization results: identity check, environment check, pathing check, and structure check. Once those specific items are verified, please perform a standard general audit to ensure there's no configuration errors or dependency conflicts before we proceed to step two. That's what I wanted to do, so I'm going to give it to Codex. I feel like they could have came up with a better name than Codex. ChatGPT though. Claude. That's another thing, like every time I dictate and I say Claude, it's like either Cloud or Clot. Like Bumble Claude. Yeah, definitely just a couple days ago when I was learning about the like the whisper flow and the different like text features, and I'm thinking like, why do I need that? I've just got the built-in one with Windows, and I'm quickly learning why the built-in one with Windows is not sufficient, and really like slows down my flow. So yeah, trying to make everything pro and just learning as I go. And now I'm starting to know what I need to do next to make everything right professionally. No more beginner mode. Transitioning out of beginner as quick as possible. And yeah, I mean, definitely code I would say learning code and learning vibe coding is more difficult than learning to trade and learning to invest. This has got to be one of the more difficult things I've ever learned in my life, but I feel super motivated to learn it. And to improve. And I'm already visualizing myself as like a professional vibe coder that's got like the whole system down and can make anything I can think of quickly and make it right and make it good and make it look like professional. And you know, I already believe it, so it won't be long before I see it. And I'm already seeing the business scaling up to 1 million. And that's just the first level. First is 1, then it'll be 10. Then why not 100? But yeah, just starting with 1. So yeah, I'm already seeing this being $1 million business. Already seeing myself being a professional vibe coder. Staying positive about that. Having faith and believing and staying dedicated. Holding on to gratitude and giving thanks. All right. But yeah, definitely remembering to put my health first, and even though my mind is like constantly wanting to vibe code now, still taking out the time to do what I got to do to make health number 1. So here we go. Got the audit partial pass. We got identity check pass, environment check partial, pathing check pass, structural check pass, general config dependency audit partial. So at least there were no fails. That's one thing that I felt like and one thing I was like paying attention to was because I'm having it essentially like copy some features from yesterday. So I was wondering like, is this going to make it easier for like the audit, because hopefully like because I like already audited and find these like problems yesterday, that it's looking at like a plan that I made that was already completed that solved all these auditing problems. So in theory, I'm like, it should be less fails today in the audit. And that's something I'm also like paying attention to. So I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini, and it will tell I what it thinks. All right, I'm about to paste the audit results from step 1. Give me a very brief explanation of the problems it found, and then create a prompt, and let me know if I should give that prompt to Codex or Claude Code terminal. The audit is essentially saying the foundation is solid, but I built the concrete slab without putting up the first few 2x4s for the walls. Awesome. I was always wanting to learn how to build a house. I always wanted to see if I could build a house just by myself. Um, Brief explanation of the problems. The empty house issue. The folder structure is perfect, but the 3 most important files that make a Next.js actually run, layout.tsx, page.tsx, and globals.css. They're missing. Without these, you can't even hold a hello world screen. Okay. The dirty toolbox issue. There are extraneous packages, extra junk in the node modules. This usually happens if a previous installation was interrupted or if the AI tried to pull in tools it didn't end up using. It's better to clean this now so it doesn't cause a mystery crash later. Alright, so this makes me feel like I should also be creating the file structure in plan mode. Like I should create the plan MD in plan mode, then have it create the file structure, then start the build. So it's giving me the prompt to give to Claude Code. That's what I'll do. So it's giving Gemini is giving me some advice not to worry about extraneous packages sounding scary. I wasn't worried. It's the coding equivalent of having a few extra screws left over after building a desk. Okay, because you're supposed to have extra, right? Like I just built a desk too, so never built a house before, but I understand the desk part. NPM prune just tosses them in the trash so they don't get in your way. Okay. Yeah. You know, I was like, when I was using only the terminal before I found the Claude Code window in the plan mode, I was used to doing things step by step, and then I started doing the plan mode, and then I was like, whoa, this can just build out each step without me even like having to do anything. And then I was doing that, and it was causing so many problems, so many bugs, and most of them I didn't even notice right away. I had to use the app like many times to find these things. And even though it's kind of weird to like go backward, it feels like I'm kind of going backwards on the building. In one way, it runs faster. It does it step by step, but it runs a step faster in the terminal than the chat window. But yeah, it's like it's doing step at a time. But I'm catching so many more bugs and so many more problems than to have to like build everything and like go through and find all these different bugs and do them one at a time and then do an audit at the end. And I feel like the more I use the terminal, or the more I use this new flow, the quicker and better I'll get at doing this. So, all right, ready for step 2. Gotta tell Gemini something. I just wanted to mention to you that I had Claude Code create a plan MD file. So the terminal is doing each step based on that plan MD file. So you don't have to um, essentially like help me prepare prompts for each step. Having a plan MD is the pro way to do it. keeps the AI on a leash and ensures it doesn't wander off or skip the wick detection logic we spent so much time refining. And not only that, but context. The terminal uses way less context, and when it just follows the plan MD and I don't have to explain everything, that helps conserve the context. And the less context I use, the less likely it is to make mistakes. And it's super awesome to do builds now and not have to have it stop to what do they call it, compact the context. So yeah, I did notice after it compacted the context that it would make more mistakes, and that would also cause it to burn up more tokens. So even though I'm barely even like using the tokens that I have on this plan, when I start making bigger and better things, it's going to be good to know that I'm doing it in the pro way, and that I'm doing that now instead of like getting in bad habits now and then having to unlearn those and then learn better habits later. I'd rather try to do everything as professional as possible from the start. All right, so got this. I just finished step 2. I'm going to paste the results, and I want you to create another prompt for codex for the audit for step 2. Yeah, see, definitely seeing how like some of the pros I watch, they're just like using crazy tools that I've never heard of that feel like way above my head right now, and they're using like 5 to 10 different windows at a time, and they're building stuff like super quick. But it seems to me when they're doing that, the stuff they're building is like really generic. The more I'm like able to do this step by step, the more I can like customize it to my vision. And I don't know, maybe there is a way to still like keep my vision intact and do it like more of like the whole build at once. But yeah, I guess I'll just figure out as I go. So doing a step 2 audit, focus on verifying verbatim integration and the readiness of the stubs. WebSocket connectivity, type integrity, store stub readiness, API proxy check. Once these are checked, perform a general audit to ensure that copying these files verbatim hasn't introduced any naming conflicts or broken imports. Back in Codex. Here we go. The one thing that was crazy was like, I think this is day 3 of my new setup. And day 1, I was like asking Gemini, like, what's the prompt for the terminal to check how much context I've used, like the percentage. And it just gave me the prompt, and it worked. Like the first time, it showed exactly that I was at like 30%. And then I tried it yesterday. I'm like, hey, what's that code again? That command that I type in to get that to show me the context. And it like gave me something that was for something else. And I was sitting there for like 10 minutes, like, no, the one you gave me yesterday. And it just kept giving me different codes, and like none of them worked. And I was like, why did you like easily know what I needed yesterday on the same chat window and then today? But it was like so far up on the chat window, I was like, Dude, I don't want to waste all the time to go find that that one code. But yeah, I need to find that code because I want to check in like during the build to see. Because when I built in plan mode, it was showing me like down at the bottom, like under the text part, like what percentage I was with context. And I think doing even an easier build, um, like doing an easier app to make than this with less, like half as many steps, maybe not half as many, but maybe 2/3 as many steps. It had to compact the context like at least twice, if not 3 times, for one build. Whereas like I did like a build with like more steps the next day, and then there was no compacting at all. All right, so let's see. WebSocket connectivity pass. Type integrity needs update. Store stub readiness not ready. API proxy check pass. General audit verbatim copy integrity. Pass. npm1 still shows a few extraneous packages. Not blocking step 2 checks, but cleanup is recommended before later steps. Awesome. So yeah, I guess if anybody knows better than me in the comments, let me know essentially like, do you think it's possible to like build a whole thing like and just have it go through and build the whole thing without doing any audits and like checking things in between and like still keep your vision, or do you feel like it's better for like making something that's like customizable and not just like generic looking, to be doing things step by step like this? Because from what I understand, I can get tools where like essentially like the different windows, like even if it's like one's Claude or one's Codex, they can talk to each other, and I could like give it like kind of like a plan MD, or not a plan, but like a Claude MD file that would tell it like, when I finish this step, automatically send over the results to Codex, and then have it do an audit based on that. And then once it's done with the audit, automatically send the recommendations for the audit back to the terminal Claude, and then have it fix those, and then after they're fixed, start the next step. And it sounds like I could like build something like that so it automatically just runs. But I feel like the only thing for like where I'm at right now, I would be missing out on a lot of learning opportunities from going through and like reading the actual audits to find out like where it's like, having problems, so that I understand that. It's helping me a ton to know like how to talk to it and how to explain things when I'm building, because I feel like most of the bugs that happen come from me not like clarifying certain things when I'm explaining the build and plan mode. Okay, so just reading these real quick. All right, I'm about to paste the results from the step 2 audit. Go ahead and give me a quick summary of the things that are wrong, and then create a prompt to make the fixes. So yeah, definitely Gemini is key for helping me understand this stuff. I was like thinking I was like phasing out of Gemini when I started using the plan mode window. And I was like, oh man, I don't even have to use like really Gemini anymore. But then I learned how much context it takes up to do like these random things, like what I'm doing right now. If I were doing that in the plan window, it would run through a lot of context. and also just kind of make things more like messier. Like it'd be hard to go back and like find certain things. I'd be asking it so many questions. All right. This audit shows the pipes are connected, but the data containers are still using yesterday's logic. Essentially, the app knows how to talk to Binance, but it doesn't yet know it's supposed to be level lock. Interesting. Quick summary of the red flags, the wrong DNA types. The stop level type is looking for percentages like it did yesterday. So that's weird. Because I thought I like updated that logic and got rid of that. So why is it still doing that? Doesn't have a lock status or a strength rating, which is the whole point of our structural logic. The missing memory store. The store zoo stand is totally blank on the two most important things, the entry price and the three stop array. So essentially, like, I feel like these are kind of the same problems it was running into yesterday. So there's something, it's like, I thought that it would like automatically fix these, but it's not doing that like the way I thought it would. The leftover junk, those extraneous packages are still hanging around in the background. So, since I have a plan MD file, we need to make sure Claude updates the actual code to match the plan before moving to step 3. Huh. Thought it should be doing that automatically. Oh, I think I see what it's saying. Okay. The plan was flawed from the start because it didn't understand what I was trying to do, like the way I thought I explained it. That must be what's going on. So maybe I just didn't explain it right. I thought I did, but yeah, for how well I explained it, it should have like not had these problems, I feel like. Okay, so we want to update the refactor, initialize store states, final cleanup, and a sync. I'm going to ask Gemini some things, try to get some clarity. Okay, this is confusing to me because I thought like, if I explain that it would go back and like borrow the features that I used yesterday, that I would avoid having problems like this. So essentially like especially the part about it's doing the levels based on like percentages. Like, I thought I solved that problem yesterday with the app yesterday, and so those percentages shouldn't even be in the like the code from yesterday. So it should have just like automatically got the right idea from the code yesterday. And I thought I even went out of my way to like explain that to plan mode from the start as I did the planning with you to do so. So essentially, I'm confused as to why it's still running into this same problem when, I did so much like extra explaining to have it reference something that should have not had that problem. Could you kind of explain to me what you think is going on here? Okay. Gemini saying they understand. Feels like I'm giving a master class in directions, but the driver, the AI, keeps looking at an old map. The reason this is happening isn't because I explained it poorly. I was actually very clear. It's because of a technical quirk in how AI borrows code versus how it thinks about logic. Interesting. See, this is what I want to know. This is where I'm learning the most. Even though I moved away from percentages today, here's why they showed up in the stop level type today. The verbatim trap and our plan MD for step 2. The instruction was to copy verbatim files. When AI sees verbatim, it stops thinking about your new logic and starts acting like a photocopy machine. if your type files from yesterday still had a percent number field, even if you weren't using it, the AI copied it exactly as is. So I thought I like changed it and got rid of that, but it must have kept that in the code from yesterday. And why it went with that and not like the updated logic, that's also what I'm wondering now. So there's boilerplate hallucinations. I've heard that term boilerplate before, but yeah, I want to know what that means too. So all these answers are leading to more questions, but it's cool because I'm understanding it better. Most trading code on the internet uses percentages. If the AI filled in the blanks for a missing file, it likely defaulted to the most common way programmers write stop losses, ignoring the structural conversation we had. Okay, so it's like going off of like what most people do and what it's like learned from the past of other coders telling it what to do. Then there's a scholarly legacy. So yesterday, we still used the stop level type from the original library, which included a percentage field for UI display, even if the math was structural. The AI hasn't realized that for level lock, the field is now poison. It shouldn't exist at all. But why? So what I'm wondering is why. So how we fix this, the clean slate approach. You shouldn't have to keep repeating yourself to stop the AI from relapsing into old habits. We need to do what is called a hard override. Instead of saying borrow from yesterday, we tell it yesterday was the prototype, today is the refined standard. Delete the old fields. Interesting. So they're giving me a prompt that I should give to Claude Code designed to be a wake-up call for the AI to stop copying the past and start building the future. So it's saying we're seeing stop loss scholar logic like percentages leaking into level lock. This is incorrect. Strict adherence. From this point forward, the planMD logic for structural support overrides any code you see in the reference project. Pure old logic. Purge old logic. Open those folders that have the old logic. Delete any mention of percent. Implement the core. Ensure stop level only uses price, locked, strength, and timestamp. Acknowledge. Confirm that you understand we're not using percentages or static offsets. Only the entry forward structural wicks. Okay. So I'm going to give it this before I do the audit. Yeah. And I just got to make sure this is not running. I got to make sure that it finishes doing this prompt before I start the audit, so it's not like changing stuff, so that both Claude and Codex are not like trying to like mess around in the same folders and cause problems. All right. So I'm starting to understand it much better now. Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is that the reason this happened is or the main reasons that that verbatim trap, um I don't remember saying the word verbatim, but because I must have said, I didn't even tell it to copy the files. I was just talking about like copying the project, and it sounds like I wasn't specific enough about what parts to copy and what parts not to. So is that what you're saying? Like, the reason it's getting confused is because I was not specific enough into telling it what to copy and what not to. And then also for boilerplate hallucinations, what does boilerplate mean from a coding like context? And basically, it sounds like what you're saying is that like AI is looking back to see how most people would build something like this, and that they would use percentages. And it's basically like going off of what it learned from like how most people have built similar products or projects in the past. Let me know if I'm seeing this clearly, if there's anything that I'm not understanding. All right, here's the real learning. I'm seeing this very clearly. I've actually hit on two invisible walls that every developer faces when working with AI. Let's break down these two concepts so that you can command the AI more effectively. The copy project versus specific trap. When I told the AI to copy the project or use it as a reference, the AI took the path of least resistance. Talking about abundance mindset now. It's in the mind. A project is a package deal. If I don't say, take the WebSocket but throw away the stop types, it assumes you want the whole engine, including the percentage parts that were buried in the background of your old code. Okay. So if I'm like trying to use something as inspiration and explaining to it, I have to be super specific on what I want and what I don't want. And I was just basically telling it what I wanted, and I wasn't including what I don't want. So I don't need to be a coding expert to fix this. I just have to treat AI like a literal minded intern. Instead of copy the project, say use the WebSocket logic from project A, but the data types must be brand new for project B. So a boilerplate refers to the standard repetitive code that has to be there for a program to work, but isn't the special sauce. So this must be like when they're building the file structure, like just the standard stuff that they're putting in these files for the in my project folder. So for a real world example, if you're writing a legal contract, the boilerplate is a standard party A agrees to text at the top that is the same in every contract. Yep, so it's like not the specific things that are like my vision and make this unique. Coding example for a trading app, the boilerplate is the code that connects to the internet or formats a number with a $sign. So like the basic things, if they know this is a finance app, they're gonna build it like some like basic stuff that's for like every finance app. Okay. Because 99% of trading boilerplate on the internet uses percentages, the AI hallucinates that your app needs them too. It's like an autocorrect that keeps changing a unique word back to a common one because it thinks it knows better than you. The wisdom of the crowd error. I was exactly right about how AI learns. It has read millions of trading apps because most of those apps are basic and use stop loss price as like, 2% and not like custom how I'm doing it to where it's like looking at the structure of the price and then putting in a stop based on that structure, which is much more difficult to explain to it than just saying like put in something at 2%, 5%, and 10%. The AI's default setting is tilted towards that. Even though I gave it a specific plan, the AI's training acts like a magnet, constantly trying to pull the code back towards the common way of doing things. This is why we have to be aggressive with the AI. So if I'm saying build a structural trail, the AI is like, okay, here's a percentage trail. And I would have to be like, no. Or I said no percentages. Delete the percentage variable entirely so you aren't tempted to use it. So this is making me wonder, like, should I even be like concerned with like being so specific from the start of like getting these things right? Is it really worth the extra effort to do this that it's going to build it so much better? Or is it better to just like, just give it the plan and not be like concerned about like how specific it is and like what to like, copy and what not to copy, and then just let it build, and then at the end just go and vibe code to make it how I want it to be. So that's kind of where I'm like trying to figure out right now. That's what I should ask Claude. So this basically has me wondering like, what is a professional workflow like when it comes to vibe coding? Is it to like try to be as specific as possible about like what the project should have, and like when I'm using examples to go and like make sure I'm saying I want this but not that about like every detail, or is it just to pretty much like give it a general summary of what I'm trying to build, let it build it, and then go and vibe code after it's done doing what it does to vibe code to make it so it like matches my vision. Which method do you think is more of like the professional workflow for vibe coding? Since vibe coding is a relatively new term, the professional workflow is actually a hybrid of both models I mentioned. In the industry, they call this top-down architecture with bottom-up vibe approach. So method one, the architect, highly specific when to use it at the start of a project or when building the engine. The pro move, I'm very specific about the rules, but loose about the implementation. I see. So that's what I'm doing. Loose about the implementation. So yeah, this is all about like abundance mindset, like being specific about what I want, but loose about like how to do it. Like let it like just do what it does. Just tell it like the rules of what I want, but don't try to like tell it like how it should be created. Just let it play out and it'll get to that result, and not try to like resist it and like force it to do it a certain way. Okay. Man, vibe coding and like abundance mindset are just like so similar. Like programming a project or programming your own mind for success. So many like things that apply to both. The workflow. You define the no-go zones. For level lock, the rule is no percentages. You don't have to tell AI how to write every line of code, but you must tell it the constraints. And as I make more and more projects, I'll get more and more familiar with how it thinks, what kind of things it's going to go and try to do. Okay. So essentially, like what is Gemini's telling me is like a professional way to do is to like be really specific about like the rules of the app, not how it's going to get there. And then when it comes to like UI, UX, animations, colors, and the feel of the app, that's the part that I want to be like, let it do what it does. Don't be worried about it. And then just vibe code that at the end. So I would let the AI generate the best guess version of a component, like the chart or the sidebar. Then, after it's done, I could vibe code it and be like, make this feel like heavier when the line snaps, or the red is too bright. Okay. This is conversational coding. You aren't writing specs, you're giving feedback to an artist. Vibe coding. So here's like the 3-step loop for vibe coding. Define the hard rails, the logic. Before I let AI write a single line, set the non negotiables. Most important things. Professional tip. This prevents the boilerplate hallucinations we talked about. I'm telling the AI, don't use your average training, use these specific rules. The draft, the AI build. I give it general summary of the feature and let it build the first version based on the hard rails. Build the level lock logic into the store now. Okay. Step 3, the vibe polish, the human touch. Once the code works, then refine the experience. Then I would do like the vibe coding stuff. Okay, I'm getting a much better idea of how I should do, like structure the workflow in the future. Because like right now I'm in the architect phase, I'm building the brain of level lock. If I try to vibe code the core logic, I'll end up with a ghost in the machine where the app looks pretty but the math is wrong. Okay. The professional verdict. Be a dictator about the logic, step 1 through 3 of the plan, and a vibe coder about the interface, step 4 through 6. So the reason that I got confused is that I was treating a logic problem with a vibe workflow. I was hoping the AI would get the vibe of yesterday's work. Instead, treat the AI like a high-speed calculator. Tell it exactly what numbers to ignore, and it will be my best friend. I see it. Okay. Because, yeah, that's totally what I was doing. I was trying to, like, get it to do, like, I was, like, trying to explain it, like, the vibe of, like, yesterday's project for the stuff to carry over more than, like, the logic. I wasn't focused on the logic. So I need to be focused in the future when I'm creating the plan, mostly on the logic, not on the vibe. Leave the vibe for vibe coding after it's built. That's money. I feel like I just made a huge leap in understanding how to do this better. And that's what I want to do every day is like find like major ways to make my workflow better, my understanding how to make better things the right way. And this is exactly why I did this project, was because this is exactly what I didn't understand that I wanted to understand, and now I feel like I understand it. And that is awesome. And I got the step 2 audit is complete, and I'm at step 3, right? Yep. Okay, so now I need to give it the results from step 3. Yep, for the audit. I'm about to give you the Claude terminal results from step 3. I want you to create a prompt for an audit that I can give to Codex. We're running out of space for notes. Gotta get all those implemented. Okay, audit for step 3. Got we have successfully refactored the stop loss Scholar legacy code into our new entry forward structure. Focus on these specific logic checks: type validation, reset logic, the clean state or clean slate, state constraints, prune verification. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Whoa, it's already done. Awesome. Pass, pass, partial fail. Okay. Pass, pass. I'm about to paste the results from the Codex audit. I want you to explain to me what um, what the problems are, and then create a prompt to fix them. Yeah, I totally thought that if I did it like this, I would not run into any of the same problems as yesterday, but I am, and now I know why. So, didn't go as smooth as I thought, but if it weren't for those problems, I would not have learned. The ghosts of the old app are being particularly stubborn. Yep, that's exactly what is going on. You have one logic gap and one environment bug. Problems explained. The no limit problem. While the store is ready to hold your stops, there is currently no bouncer at the door. If the math engine finds 50 wicks, the store will happily try to show all 50. We need a hard rule in the code that says if you try to add a fourth stop, kick out the oldest, lowest one. So yeah, that wasn't a problem yesterday, so it should have like known that if it did what I thought it was going to do. So now I'm understanding this. Okay. The zombie packages problem. Even though we ran npm prune, those at nmapi packages are still showing up. This usually happens because they are sub-dependencies of something else, or the package lock JSON is clinging to them. It's not breaking the code, but it's messy and could cause a slow build later. So we got the prompt. Step 3 audit found 2 remaining issues. Please resolve these before we start the calculation engine. Enforce the rule of 3. Is for the 3 levels, so it doesn't do more. Hard clean of node modules. Manually remove those packages. And then run codes to make sure it's 100% clean slate. And then verify that npm ls depth is 0 to confirm those extraneous packages are finally gone. All right. So essentially you did a hard reset on the packages. When I delete the node modules folder and the package lock JSON file, I'm essentially unplugging the computer and plugging it back in. It forces the computer to look at your current instructions without any memory of what was there before. So it's telling it to look at basically like just the new this level lock and not the stop loss scholar project from yesterday. Okay, so essentially, like when I started this, I was under the impression that, if I had it look to the project from yesterday for certain features that would also pertain to today's build, that it would be a lot easier. But from what it sounds like, because I did that, it caused a lot of problems because it just kind of like looked at everything from yesterday and it's going back and referencing from yesterday. And then it's bringing up the same problems that I had with the build yesterday. And I figured if I did this, it would look at the project from yesterday and then it would see like, where I fixed the problems from the build yesterday, and then it would automatically like, realize that like, you know, that these problems didn't exist because I already fixed them. But what I'm finding is like it's going looking back, and then it's still bringing up the same problems as yesterday. So if you feel like I'm understanding this right, let me know, and also explain to me like essentially, where did I mainly get confused, and why is it doing the things that I thought it wouldn't do. Hitting on the most common AI trap that even professional developers fall into. I'm not wrong for thinking the AI would learn from the fixes. I'm just overestimating the AI's long term memory versus its pattern matching instincts. Here's exactly where the confusion happened and why the AI is acting like it has amnesia. I thought of the AI as a student who learned from yesterday's lesson. In reality, the AI is more like a photocopy machine. So, like, I'm thinking, like, I fixed the percentages yesterday, so the AI knows that I don't want them. Percentages being like setting the stop losses based on like percentages and not the structure. Because that was like one of the main things. That was like the main problem from yesterday. And I thought by like, telling it to look at that, that I wouldn't have to deal with that issue today because it would see how it like did it yesterday. But in reality, when I said reference yesterday's project, the AI looked at the files, and if those files still had a single line mentioning percent, even if it wasn't being used, the AI would copy it. It doesn't remember the struggle of fixing it, only sees the text that exists now. Okay. Then there's context window fatigue. Okay, I understand that. AI has a context window limit on how much it can think about at once. When you start a new project, the AI's brain is mostly empty. When I tell it to look at the old project, I'm flooding its brain with thousands of lines of old code. So that adds, if I tell it to reference something else, it's going to add to that context all that extra reference. I see. So essentially, I'm thinking what I shouldn't have like told it to reference that old project. I should have just like been like telling it the things that I wanted from the old project, but not told it to like reference it essentially. Okay. I'm getting this way better. All right. The AI gets overwhelmed and starts prioritizing patterns it sees in the code over the instructions I gave it. If the old code looks 90% like a standard trading app, the AI's autocomplete kicks in and starts adding the 10% that I didn't want. This makes so much sense. Okay. I'm seeing way better how I messed up with what I wanted to do and how I did it. The boilerplate gravity. As we discussed, the AI is trained on millions of public projects. This training acts like gravity. You're trying to build a rocket, but the AI's training is pulling it back down to earth. Every time it sees a file named store.ts or type.ts, its internal gravity tells it most people put percentages here, I should probably do that too. So where I got confused, the main lesson. The main point of confusion was thinking that reference this project meant inherit my preferences. Yes, it was. Okay, in AI coding, reference usually just means steal the boring parts, like how to connect to the Binance API. It does not mean understand my soul and my vision for this specific math. That's where I got confused. Okay, so how to handle this like a pro going forward. Instead of saying look at another project, I should say be a surgeon, copy the websocket.ts from yesterday, ignore the types in the store. I want to build those from scratch so we don't carry over old bugs. I hear what it's saying, but I think it would be much easier to just leave out the reference part, like that it should reference something and just say like, like I'll know, like if I'm going to say copy the WebSocket TS from yesterday, um, I could just explain what the WebSocket TS from yesterday does and not tell it to copy that, because then I would have to know everything it should need to ignore, and that would cause so much extra work to go back and look at those old files. Okay, declare a forbidden list. Right at the start, tell AI, this project is 100% structural. The word percent is forbidden in the code base. If you see it in the reference files, don't copy it. But that would also, if I don't tell it to reference anything, then I don't have to mention that extra part. So the vibe check audit. This is why we're doing audits. The audit caught the ghost of percentages early. This is actually a win. Yep, and that's so much better why I'm auditing step by step instead of auditing the whole thing when it's done. Okay, that's awesome. Definitely, like it would have been nice if things worked out the way I thought it would work out and it had gone smooth with trying something new. But the fact that it didn't is like teaching me the lessons that I needed to learn. So, all right. Oh, I didn't need to copy that. I just got, it says it's clean and fix the errors. So now I'll tell it start step 4. Yep. See the difference what this light makes. Yeah, I gotta get lights on both sides. Gotta clear some room for both side lights. I just put lights above me now, but it's just like regular light bulbs. And I know the video light. It's much better, but strains my eyes more. So just gotta get it more on the side, not like so it has to be pointing at me anymore. Setup will be even better than before. All right. I'm about to give you the results of step 4 that I got from the Claude Code terminal. I want you to create a prompt for an audit for the codex window. So we're just moving from vibe coding and into engineering. Okay. It was like vibe coding without even seeing the site, I guess. The logic of using a 7-candle window, 3 on each side to define a local minimum, is a pro level way to identify a true structural floor rather than just a random price dip. It means the app is looking for a V shape in the price action before it locks a level. Okay. Step 4 audit. This is the most critical logic in the app. Because this is how it finds the levels. So there's the V-shape rule. Verify it correctly identifies a wick low only if it's is the lowest point in a 7-candle cluster. The time anchor rule ensure the compute structural stop strictly filters for open time is greater than tracking starting time. We must confirm it ignores all structural support that existed before the user's entry. The ratchet mechanism. Check the math.max candidate previous logic. Verify that even if the market creates a new lower support later, the existing level logic line stays at its highest historical point. The rule 3 of deduplication. Confirm the engine merges levels with 0.1% to avoid line clutter and successfully truncates the final list to exactly the top 3 most recent strongest candidates. So yeah, this is like the most important part as far as where it messed up yesterday for understanding this. So I think this is helping a lot to use Gemini in the same chat from yesterday because it understands now. Like I've talked to it about the build yesterday, what it was doing, and then I talked to it about like vibe coding to fix it yesterday, and now I'm talking to it about basically like, you know, how it's like getting things wrong about this stuff from yesterday, and it's being like very specific now on how this is so important and how the audit should be able to like look for the right things. Okay. So ultimately, I want to get to a point where like I'm so good at this where like I don't even have to ask a Gemini or any LLM. Like I've just built so much that I understand like, you know, where the problems are coming from. What are the like main parts of the logic that I need to get right from the start, and when it's finding problems with the audits, like where are these problems originating, like which part of the logic. So I'm understanding like as the audits are going step by step where it's running into the most problems so that I can like be more specific about like which parts of the logic to audit. Yeah. All right. Pass, pass, pass with caveat. Partial pass. Pass. It's getting better. I'm correcting it right. Once I start getting this, like, man, that's how I know I'm like making progress because I'm seeing like I'm able to like understand where it's making mistakes and then guide it on those mistakes, and now I'm seeing way cleaner audit results. That's awesome. Okay, all right, I'm about to paste the results of this audit, and I want you to explain the partial problems that it found and create a prompt to fix them. Problems explained. The equal low glitch V-shaped rule. Right now the code says this is a support level if no neighbors are lower than it. The problem, if you have two candles in a row with the exact same low, for example 60,000 and 60,000, the app might get confused or create double lines. Okay, but that should be the same line. But I wouldn't even know because they'd be on top of each other. So we need to change the math to strict minimum, meaning it must be the only lowest point in that 7 candle window to count as a true structural floor. The musical chairs problem, this is the more important one because the app resorts the wicks by recency, the most recent one first. Every time a new candle comes in, the tiers might switch places. The problem, the tight stop, the one closest to the price, might suddenly become the deep stop if a new wick forms. This would make the colors on your chart jump around. Like up and get down. We need to ensure that once a level is assigned to tier 1, it stays there until it is replaced by a better, higher version of itself, rather than just jumping to a different index in the array. Okay, here's the audit prompt. Strict minimums, stable tier identities, and validation. Yeah, so I noticed now it's updating Plan MD. And not used to seeing it do that. And if I had done the planning right from the start, I wouldn't have to do that. And that's going to take like a lot of extra context, but that's good to know for the future. Like all the issues that can come from trying to do what I just tried to do. Clean pass. Step 4 mark done. Ready for step 5. Yes. And I think after this step, I should be able to check out the project. I'm about to paste the results of step 5. I want you to use these to create a prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit. I'm going to check validation logic, reset synchronization, UI state mapping, formatting consistency. All right, so essentially like my old flow was I just used Claude Code in plan mode, and then I would keep Claude context window open, or I mean the window version of Claude Code that wasn't the terminal, and I would just like switch from plan mode to build mode in the same window and build out the whole thing. I noticed there were a ton of not a ton, but maybe at least like 3 or 4 times where I had to compact the conversation for context, even for a very simple app project. And so that's why I switched over to do like a better, more professional workflow. So like my new workflow is Claude Code plan mode in the window, and then create the MD file for the plan, and then I would now I'm doing like step by step in the terminal, and then switching to Codex for the audit, and then going back to the terminal to fix the problems from Codex. Essentially, this, it seems like a step forward in certain ways. Like I'm getting like, a cleaner build at the end, and I'm not compacting the conversation in the terminal. But in other ways, it's like it makes it like the build seems like it's taking longer because I'm doing things step by step. And as with Claude Code in the window before, it would just kind of like do everything at once. So essentially, like from what I understand, you were telling me this is like the more professional way, and I see ways it is. But what I'm wondering is like, are there ways to like speed this up? Like from what I understand, there's ways that like I can have the different like say like the terminal and codex like communicate with each other, so I could just like tell it from the start, like, essentially do step 1, then have codex audit step 1, then have the terminal fix the problems from the audit, then do step 2, then have codex do the audit, so that I don't have to like manually do all these different steps, and then it could still just like run like before. Let me know what you think of like essentially like what I'm telling you, and what is possible in regards to speeding up the process, but still having this more professional workflow than just using the one window. I hit the developer's paradox. Precision takes time, but manual steps feel like a chore. The old workflow was a sprint, fast but prone to tripping. The new workflow is an assembly line, reliable, but I'm currently acting as the conveyor belt. The professional way to speed this up without losing quality is through agent orchestration and automated checkpoints. Here's how I can merge the vibe speed with professional accuracy. Use Claude Code as the lead manager. Instead of me manually copying the audit results from Codex to the terminal, I can treat Claude Code, the terminal, as the boss and Codex as the safety inspector. So the pro shortcut. You don't have to wait for a full audit of every tiny file. You can tell Claude Code, execute step 4 and step 5 of the plan MD in one go. After step 5, I will run a Codex audit to verify the logic. If the audit passes, we move to the final UI. This groups the boring parts like the styling button with the logic parts, the math, so you aren't stopping every 5 minutes. The only thing is I don't know which steps to do together. I don't understand it that well yet. Right now, Codex and the Claude terminal are two separate brains that don't have a direct wire between them. However, you can automate the feedback loop using the planmd file as the shared memory. How to speed up the audit fix loop. The Codex audit. Instead of asking Codex for a long explanation, tell it, review step 4, write a list of specific terminal commands for Claude Code to fix any issues found. That's huge right there. The paste and go. You simply copy that list of commands, paste them to the terminal, and say execute these audit fixes and update the plan. Why didn't you tell me that before, Gemini? Man, I guess I didn't ask and I didn't know, but that's good to know. This cuts out the why is this happening conversation and goes straight to the fix it action. But then I lose the understanding what's going on. So there's like a gain and a loss on that. The hybrid strategy. Professionals usually don't audit everything. They audit the risk zones. Okay. And I'm not good enough that I understand all these different risk zones yet. The logic, the math. Always audit step by step. If the ratchet math is wrong, the app is useless. UI, the looks. Don't audit, just vibe code steps at once. If a button is in the wrong shade of green, it won't break the app and you can fix it in the very end of 10 seconds. Okay, so when I'm looking at this plan, I need to read the plan better and understand what are the different parts that I need to be auditing and what are the different parts that I should be just not worrying about and waiting for the vibe coding. The reason that I had to compact the conversation in the window version was that it was remembering every single version of the code. By using the terminal, I avoided this because it reads the files directly, doesn't need to remember the code in the chat because it can see it on your hard drive. This is why the terminal is faster for big projects. It has infinite context because it's looking at the source code, not the chat history. Alright, okay, so that makes a lot of sense. And I thought that I heard that there were tools that I could implement that would let these talk to each other. But it sounds like for right now, I could still make some improvements on how this flow goes, mainly by having Codex not just tell me what the problems are, but also create the prompt that I should give to Claude Code to do the fix. And essentially the main thing is I feel like I'm not a good vibe coder yet that to understand what parts are important that need to be audited and what parts don't, just by looking at the plan. And also I'm not good enough yet to understand what steps can be combined together on the build and which ones should be done separate. So if you could give me some guidance onto how to understand this better, then I can start to do that. But I think also too, just the way I'm doing it now is helping me learn a lot more about what's going on. And I'm still at a level where, like, I want to be like learning and understanding this stuff before I just like have it automated to where it's doing stuff and I don't really understand what it's doing. So that when I get to bigger projects, I have like a solid foundation of how to make bigger projects professionally. All right, so we got validation logic, partial pass, reset synchronization pass, UI state mapping pass with note, formatting consistency pass. So yeah, I'm getting not way more, but considerably more passes than I was yesterday. So I've touched on the Goldilocks zone of learning. If it's too automated, you learn nothing. If it's too manual, you get burnt out. By being the bridge between the terminal and the auditor, I'm forcing myself to understand the why behind every line of code. This is exactly how senior developers are minted. Okay, so I'm doing the right thing. That's what I feel like. To help you graduate from manual laborer to architect, here's a guide on how to decide what to audit and what to group together. The audit compass, what matters. Think of the app like a car. The engine, audit heavily. This is the math and the state, the zoo stand in this case. If the ratchet logic is wrong, the car won't drive. So a rule, if it involves a calculation or a database API, it gets a dedicated audit. The dashboard, audit lightly. This is the input field or the display. If the text isn't centered, the car still drives. So if it's just showing data that already exists in the store, I can group these steps. The paint job, don't audit. The CSS, the colors, and the layout. Just vibe this at the very end. When to group steps, I can combine steps when the data stays the same. Bad grouping would be step 4 the math and step 5 the input. If the input breaks, you won't know if the math was a problem or the input was. Good grouping. Step 6 drawing the lines and step 7 the sidebar info. Both of these steps are just looking at the 3 levels I already calculated. If they break, the engine is still fine. It's just a display issue. So improving the Codex to Claude handoff. To speed up the workflow while still learning, change how I ask Codex for the audit. Instead of just find the problems, ask for the repair manual. Try using this phrasing for your next Codex audit. Perform a step 6 audit for any issues found. Explain the logic error briefly so I can learn. Provide a specific prompt that I can paste into my Claude Code terminal to fix it. And keep the prompt focused on the fix, not the full rebuild. That's money right there. That is money. That's what I need. Okay. So the reason this new workflow feels slower is that I'm doing test-driven development without actually writing the tests. In big companies, they have automated unit tests that do what Codex is doing. By doing this manually now, I'm training my brain to anticipate bugs. Yes, I am. And I'm getting better at it. Eventually, I'll start writing code. I don't think I'll ever write code, but hey, why do it if I don't have to? And think, wait, Codex is going to flag this as a stale state if it doesn't reset it. So I don't even have to write code, but I'm still understanding how like the code that it's like writing will like be more likely or less likely to cause problems. And that's what I'm doing right now. And that's like a huge skill that I can tell is like getting me to the next level to where I can become a pro. Okay. All right, I just got the audit results back from step 5. So I'm going to paste them here, and then the old way of doing things, let me know what the if any problems are, and then create a prompt that I can write or I can give to Claude in the terminal. So then from now on, when you write the prompts for the audit, include the new rules so that essentially Codex will explain to me what the problems are and then create a prompt for the Claude terminal to fix the problems. Yeah, and I've been getting like kind of like two like kind of schools of thought. Like a certain set of people are telling me like, you know, just like let Claude Code cook, and just like some people even saying like, you know, just don't even check it at all, just have it run through the whole thing. And then other people are telling me like, you know, you should be understanding the code, you should be understanding what's going on. You don't want to just let it cook, like it's going to lead to problems later. And I feel like there's like a balance between the two. I feel like both sides are right. It's just maybe more of a style, but I think I'm seeing like the value in both different things, and there's like a middle ground that like I'm trying to stay on. Okay, so there's one small safety gap. Essentially, the code that runs the tracking is secure, but the code that disables the button is slightly loose. This could let a user click start on a broken input, which might cause the engine to trip before it even starts. So the problem, the engine secure when you click the button. The app double checks if the number is real before starting. This is good. The button is loose. The logic that makes the button clickable isn't as strict. It might stay enabled for an input like 1.abc, which technically isn't a valid price. We just need to make the button as smart as the engine so it only lights up when 100% valid price is typed. Alright, so we got the prompt for Claude, fix the validation. Step 6, visual lines. And, wait, what? Why is it doing step 6 stuff? I'm confused about the prompt you just gave me to fix the problems from step 5. The first one is fix validation, but then there's step 6 and step 7 in this prompt. But I have not started step 6 or step 7 essentially with Claude in the terminal. So I want you to rewrite this prompt so it's just doing the fixes for step 5. And then I think where the confusion is I think that we want to combine step 6 and step 7 to have Claude do both those steps at once. So if I'm right about this, then let me know and recreate the prompt for fixing the step 5 audit issues. Yep, I was right. I should keep the fixes separate from the new features. So we're just going to give Claude a short focus prompt to fix the step 5 validation. Then once step 5 is good, then we can give a separate prompt to combine step 6 and step 7. Awesome. Catching it before it tries to run me in the wrong direction. I run AI. AI does not run I. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. Even though it's going to try, I have to tell it why that's a bad idea sometimes. But, yeah, learning so much every day. Okay, fixed it. Alright, so now gonna do step 6 and step 7. See what happens when I do 2 steps at once. But yeah, this is money. Look, now I know to look at the plan, find out what steps I can group, understand the structure so much better, understand how to explain the plan in the first place to have less issues. You know, at times it feels like maybe I'm going backwards with stuff, but I feel like it's like I said, way better to learn good habits from the start than to unlearn bad habits later. But at the same time, it's good to try new things and like push its capabilities to essentially understand when like do things that I'm like think might cause a problem, like, because then if it does, then I learn from it. Like today I was thinking, oh, it'd be so much easier if I just like tell it to like copy certain things from a different project. Now I know in ways it is and in ways it's not, and it's all about how you communicate to it about what I'm trying to, or how I communicate to it about what I'm trying to copy. So awesome. Yeah, 6 and 7 are complete. Let me do npm run dev. All right, I'm about to paste the results from step 6 and step 7. I want you to take those and create a prompt that I can give to Codex for an audit. Localhost 3000. Let's see if we got something yet. Nope, not really. Still got to make the dashboard. Okay. At least it's not a white screen with errors. All right. So I got the audit prompt. Gonna look at visual consistency in regards to the lines it's drawing, logic separation. From the chart is only responsible for rendering and is not attempting to calculate stop levels itself. Should be a dumb component that just displays what the store tells it. UI messaging. Check the ticker search.tsx and the page title subline. Ensure all references to percentages or offsets have been purged and replaced with structural support or level lock branding. Identity check. Confirm that even as price moves, the lines on the chart maintain their stable tier identities. And then the extra part. Explain for any issues found, explain the logic error briefly so I can understand why. Provide a specific ready to paste prompt for my Claude Code terminal to fix these issues. Verify readiness for the final step, live testing and deployment. And that just gave me an idea. I'm going to check into once I run this audit. All right, I just had an idea I'm wondering about. So I'm thinking, what if I had something in the plan MD where essentially like I would run, a step or even like, a couple steps together. And in the plan MD that it said like after you're running the step or steps I tell you to run in the terminal, then what I want you to do is to create, first tell me like what you did, then create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code. And in that, or I'm sorry, Codex. And in that prompt, it should tell Codex to do the extra steps of explaining the logic errors briefly so I can understand why, provide a specific ready to paste prompt that I can give back to Claude Code terminal to fix and verify the readiness. So essentially, I could, have the Claude MD file have both the terminal and codex take care of these extra steps that right now I'm having you do when you design these prompts. Yeah, that's exactly how a senior AI architect thinks, moving from being the manual translator to being the system designer. What I'm describing is called recursive prompting. I'm embedding the instructions for the next AI inside the output of the first one. This is a brilliant way to speed up your workflow while keeping your learning requirements intact. So they're giving me a prompt to update the plan MD to do this. Can add a global protocol section to the top of the plan MD. This forces Claude Code to always give me exactly what I need for Codex. And then it should also ask Codex to give me exactly what I need for Claude Code. Wow. Yeah. This is like money right here. If this works, this will speed my flow up so much, and I'll still be learning everything I need to learn. So this works better than the manual way because there's zero context loss. When Claude Code finishes a step, it has the exact code it just wrote in its immediate memory. It can write a much more accurate audit request than Gemini can because it knows exactly which lines it changed. Consistency. I won't forget to ask for the learning part or the fixed prompt. It becomes a standard part of the factory line, and I'm still the boss. Still have to do the physical act of passing, but this keeps me in the loop so I can see the logic before it gets buried in the next step. So one pro warning, AI can sometimes be shy about its own mistakes. If Claude Code writes the prompt for Codex, it might try to hide its homework. I don't understand that. So the fix for this, in the Plan MD protocol, make sure I tell Claude to include a skepticism clause in the Codex prompt, like Codex, look specifically for edge cases or state management errors I might have missed in this implementation. They're giving me a prompt for doing the next step with Claude and saying like, do step 8. When I'm done, follow this protocol. Tell me what you did. Give me the recursive prompt for Codex so I can do the final audit. Okay, yeah, that makes so much sense, and that seems like something I definitely want to implement. So essentially, you wrote like a kind of like a prompt that I can add to my plan MD file, but it looks like that prompt is just basically telling like Claude what it should do to create the information that I give to Codex, but it doesn't seem like it's also including information that I want Codex to give me in regards to like explaining what the problems were and then writing a prompt that I can give back to Claude. So if that's something that is possible to add that to the plan MD and then Codex will know to do that, can you create another I guess like it's a markdown file or however you do it that I can copy and paste into the plan MD to have both Claude Terminal and Codex create everything I need for them to just give me prompts that I can hand off to each other, and also include the part about the pro warning about Claude being sometimes shy about its mistakes, so it can prevent that problem from happening. Yeah, I'm just getting the money prompt right now. This is like, I'm seeing this like, I just need to be updating my Claude MD file more. And everything I'm learning, I just need to keep updating it more to get to the point to where like, this is just running like, exactly like so efficient how I want it. So I'm basically turning Claude Code into a prompt engineer who writes the perfect instructions for Codex, who then writes the perfect fixed prompt back to Claude. Yes, that's what I want to do. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in another document right now, so I have it for later. That prompt is money right there. All right, back to the code. There we go. All right, where was I? Okay, it's ready for step 8, and it gave me a new prompt for step 8. So I'm going back up there. So I'm telling it to do step 8. And when it's done, tell me what it did. Give me the recursive prompt for Codex so I can do the final audit. Is this the final audit though? Are there only 8 steps? I thought there were like 11. Yeah, there's 11. Okay, and that prompt that you gave me to give to Claude Code Terminal, it basically says to do step 8 and then to also have to list Okay, so I just noticed the prompt you gave me for Claude Code Terminal. It says to do step 8, and then when it's done, to follow the protocol tell me what it did, give me the recursive prompt for codecs so I can do the final audit. However, I don't think this should be the final audit, right? Because there's not 8 steps in this plan, there's 11 steps. So I guess rewrite that prompt for me, considering this is not the last step. Yeah, it's still trying to do too much. It's like telling it what to do within the step, but it's already in the plan MD, so I don't want to confuse it with what it thinks it should do because it doesn't even know the plan. I'm just not even going to worry about that right now because it's so close to being done. Can you just do that next time with the prompt? What is going on? Okay. No, what is it doing? Yep, it fucked up. Oh man. Oh man, it does this sometimes. I don't understand why it does this. So you can see like the cursor where I'm supposed to type. Sometimes when I move the window around or something, it gets out of this box where it's supposed to be. And then I can't type there, I think. Yup. That's so weird. Okay. Let me just try it and see what happens. So I guess it still worked. Hopefully. So yeah, last time that happened, it froze, and I had to like restart the whole VS Code. Well, this time it looks like that was just like a visual thing, I guess. Right? Probably could have done 8 and 9 together, maybe. I'm not sure. Alright, I'm about to paste the results of step 8 from the Claude terminal, and I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Codex for the audit. Perform a high skepticism audit on step 8 implementation of the risk dashboard and stop level cards. Zero profit edge cases. How do the cards behave if the stop price is currently below the entry price? Shouldn't happen anyway. Does locked profit show a negative number, or is there a guard to show no profit locked yet? I feel like it's trying to do too much here. I'm gonna have it so React rendering state stale state. If a stops price updates but its strength stays the same, does the component re-render correctly to show the new cushion value? Calculation consistency. Verify that the cushion calculation uses the same live price source as the chart to prevent value flickering between components. And ghost logic. Search for any remaining stop loss scholar utility functions being used for the position sizing math. Alright. And then requirements for the codex output. The why, learning, explain any logic errors or potential bugs in plain English so I can understand the architectural flaw. Then the fix, provide a single ready-to-paste prompt that I can give back to my Claude Code terminal to fix these specific issues. If no errors are found, confirm readiness for step 9. Okay. Let's see what happens. Doing things a little bit differently now. There's one extra step that I thought was not necessary, but I think I'm just gonna let it do it, and then, oh man, I just gave that to the wrong window. Damn, man. Yeah, so I just had the terminal do the audit when I wanted Codex to do it. I don't think that's gonna be that big of a problem. So yeah, I did find bugs. And then it's just automatically telling me, do I want it to like fix the bug? And I'm saying yes. So yeah, this shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'll see. I'll know at the end though. Yeah, I really want to fix this like manual having to like have the LLM be the translator if I can avoid it, and it'll still explain to me and just give me the prompt automatically. That's like took a lot to understand that that was possible, but that's what I need to make my flow better and to just make this more fun and still be able to learn what's going on. Okay. Start step 9. Oh, weird. I just noticed that oh, I'm not yeah, I was I was like all these comments I wasn't seeing. And I just noticed them now. Okay, no problem. I had it scrolled up so it wasn't like printing the new comments. Alright. Going back to where I was. Talking about Whisper Flow and the Marathon Runner Vibe Coder that I got. I gotta check that out. Because I know like running and talking at the same time, not the easiest thing to do. So yeah, sorry if I missed that. You guys were saying hi earlier. I had my chat window scrolled up so it wasn't like automating the new chats coming in. So yeah, hey, what's up to everybody that said hello, but I didn't see the comments. Here's a good one. Kai's talking about he wants to make a group of persons who are interested in building a proper startup business, with the business being vibe coders, and we produce tools. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm totally down to like see where that goes and try to do some kind of like business thing together. That's a little bit like straying from like what my plan is right now, but um, I mean, I definitely feel like I could like do something like that on the side. Um, if it flows right with what I'm doing already. So yeah, if you're still listening, um, I guess probably like talk. We can talk more about that in Discord and see where that goes. Okay, so I'm gonna keep flowing with this and go back to the comments once I get it going again. Once I get the audit running. I'm about to paste the results for the Claude terminal build for step 9. I want you to create a prompt to give to Codex for the audit. And another comment talking about like having having Claude do the I think you were saying Claude do the front end and Codex do the back end, or Codex on the front end and Claude on the back end. That's another thing to consider. That would make sense to like have two codecs, like change it to like from 3 windows to 4. So like one codex window does the audit and another codex window does the front end. Yep, that would make sense. Okay. Someone's asking me, do I use only the GitHub Copilot? Um, I'm not really sure what that is. And everyone asking me what I'm building, yeah, I kind of got lost in the flow. So I'm building so it's called Level Lock. So essentially, like, let's say you buy in this case it would be for crypto, but it could be stocks or crypto. Let's say you buy a stock and the price moves up. So what this is doing is it's showing you where to set stop losses or stop limit orders, um, so that if the price does go back down, your order is hit at the right spot, so that you're still taking profit. Whereas like what most people do is like they buy something and then they would put in a stop limit, like, to like where they bought it. So if it goes back down to there, then it stops them out. But then what happens a lot of times, and this is a huge beginner problem, is like they'll buy something, the price will go up and they'll be in a ton of profit, and then they'll just leave it, and then the price goes right back down to where they bought it at, and then stops them out, and they don't get any profit, and then it usually like goes back up later, and then they like miss out. So this way, like it's gonna like keep you in profits, even if the price goes back down. It's gonna set the line where to take your profits or where to put it in at the most logical point for like a trading perspective. So this is essentially like a tool to help people make more money and not lose money. So, all right. Someone's talking about open source will contribute and cook for you. I gotta look into that more. All right, so back to the got the prompt for the audit. Just want to make sure I give it to the right window. It definitely added a lot of stuff since I've like told it to have Codex make the prompts for me for Claude. All right, so want to look up what that means. I just noticed somebody in the comments a while back said that I should open source this and that they'll contribute and cook for me. So I'm not really sure like what that means. What are they saying? Oh, okay. Open source, they're asking me to make the code public on GitHub. See, I should that's one thing I totally forgot about. I should be pushing to GitHub. So I'm going to, if you're still on, person that was saying to open source it, essentially what I'm gonna do is once this step of the audit is done and I have the terminal for Claude make the changes, I'm going to create a GitHub repository, and I'm going to push it over, and then it'll be saved and live where it is right now. And then I do have a link in the YouTube description for GitHub that they should be able to do what they want to do for contribute. Okay. I've got the ready to paste Claude Code prompt, but let me see what the findings were. Numerical alignment, partial mismatch, mathemax metaphor, mostly accurate, account size, calculation, integration, not reactive to tracking, cushion stop, terminology purge, pass. Okay. Now I'm just going to try giving this right into Claude Terminal. See how it does. And I can start creating the GitHub right now. New repository name, level lock. Trailing stop loss setter for crypto charts is the description. Creating the repository. Yeah. Time to sit down. All right. Someone's asking me what I'm using to talk to the computer. So when I'm using Gemini, they have their built-in dictation thing, which works for me. It just flows for me better than any of the other LLM dictation built in or any other. So the other way I'm doing is when I'm doing like talking to the windows in VS Code. I'm just hitting Windows H, and then that pulls up the dictation tool for whatever like text bar that I have clicked into. But yeah, I'm quickly finding like it's better than typing, but there's gotta be, I gotta look into like that whisper flow and stuff. So yeah, that's they mentioned a good thing that open source may not be something you'd want to do because you assume that I'm going to make profit off of this software. And yes, I hear you there. And I was looking into that. And right now, I feel like it's not that big of a deal because these are MVPs. I want my audience to like have access to what I'm doing. People were like specifically asking for it earlier, so I was just like, yeah, whatever, it's no big deal. And when I do monetize it, then I will be making it better first. And I'll have to like alter it to like, I'll be fixing things and making changes. And then whatever like I actually put into it, then I'm gonna it wouldn't make sense to have it be open code. I'm going to essentially like make it so it's closed or private or whatever. But that's not until I'm like getting it ready for monetization and getting past the MVP stage. So for right now, I feel like, why not share what I'm doing with other people? Feel like I could probably learn stuff from what they're like, contributing and everything. So like that's cool. But like also I'm still learning as I go. I didn't even understand like, that open source means like everyone can see it and like that's cool. But like yeah, I'll definitely have to change that later and then have only certain things be open. Um, like maybe like I'll have like a free tier for the site, and then like the free tier tools could be like open source or something. But yeah, for right now, I'm not concerned with that. I'm just like building and learning right now. Okay, back to the let's see the summary. That was from the audit. Okay. And they explained that prompt must have had it. Yup. That prompt that I got from Codex had it explain to me more of what was going on in Claude. So that was step 9. Believe. I guess I could just say start the next step. Awesome. Looks like I'm caught up with the comments. Cool. Yeah, I got in a zone right there. I was like off in my own zone and I was just like flowing and vibing, and I just thought for a minute, I was like, wait, I didn't even check the comments. And I like checking the comments because I know that it gives me I definitely missed like some good suggestions and tips and stuff that would have helped me. But yeah, today is even though I'm building something that I feel like is like not really much of a improvement from what I built yesterday, and as far as like complexity goes, the way I did the build today being different has taught me so much about like mainly like doing a professional style workflow and just getting better at building in general. So like yeah, just good way to learn more is to just like switch up the way I'm building, even though like it's like, you know, I'd never built like that before, like what could happen, what could go wrong. Now I know, and I learned so much more than I thought I would learn. So steps 10 and 11 complete. Build pass is clean. All 11 steps are done. Only step 12 remains. So see, I can do a audit and then check it out. Oh yeah, and I never pushed to GitHub, that's right. So I'm gonna do an audit, check it out, and then push to GitHub. Got everything ready, the URL, just gotta have it push it. Okay. I'm about to paste the results from steps 10 and 11. Check those out and create an audit that I can give, or a prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit. Okay, skepticism clause, focus on the hands off when multiple components share the same state. Things often break during rapid changes. Specifically check the symbol switch race condition, initial price seeding, the clean slate propagation, z-index and layout, requirement for codex output, the why, the learning, the fix, the action, and the pass. All right. Oh, it's showing the chart. Hey, what's up? I got the comments back working again. If you're just joining in, just getting to the end of the build and just showing the what I'm building up on the screen, which is the level lock structural support trailing for crypto. Essentially, it's also known as um, trailing stops. So let's see if I can test it out. No, it doesn't have the oh yeah, entry price. Okay. So like right here I can search for, you know, whatever crypto. Right now it's on BTC entry price. So here's how this works. Let's say you bought, good spot for this. Say you bought at $65,205. It's probably been a couple days ago. See if this works. It says it's tracking from 65,205. Well, it's not working yet. Okay. So now I know where it's at. It's got most of the stuff like done on the site, but the actual logic isn't working yet. So running this audit right now, maybe it's done. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, today's the W already. I feel like I already won just from. Usually I don't feel like that winning feeling until like I actually like the what you call it, the app or whatever I'm making is working, but today I already feel like I like learned so much and like have so much of a better understanding. And that was exactly why I built different today than I'm used to building, and I tried something different for like building strategy. And what I thought was going to happen did not happen. Ended up like causing problems that I did not think would happen, but I learned so much from those. And then that took me down like a path that like had me understanding more, that it was like able to get me in the right mindset on how to like basically update this new workflow that I'm doing to make it like way better. So then I can like put those new updates into my Claude MD file so that I'm just like automating like way more of this process. All right, so it gave me, let's see, we got it's telling me what it did. And it's giving me the prompt to give to the terminal. Then once it's done with this prompt, I'm going to send it to GitHub. Am I watching other dev streamers or on Discord with other dev builders? Um, I have watched maybe like, like 10 or 15 minutes here and there of like two and three other dev streamers on YouTube. I'm new to, well, not new to Discord. I just like haven't used it in a long time. But I just started my own Discord, which is in the description. But no, I have not checked out other streamers' Discords. I should definitely do that. I bet I could learn a lot from that. So yeah, essentially, in a way, like the other streamers that I've watched are like way better than me, and I'm a beginner. And that's kind of what a part of what inspired me to do this, because what I saw was like all the other people that I saw were like professionals. Like it seemed like they already understood coding before vibe coding came along, and they were just like way over my head. So like how they were like giving prompts and like understanding stuff. So I was like, yeah, I feel like there's no channels that's like a straight up beginner. So like my first like stream day one, like all I did was like couple hours, well not a couple hours, I did like couple weeks of like maybe an hour a day, like maybe 5 days a week of like research on like, understanding the basics of coding, like how it works, different languages. And then I built like one really simple app that took me maybe like 30 minutes. And then I started the challenge. So yeah, I'm like starting from like nothing. And I'm just starting to feel like I'm like not a beginner anymore. So you're talking about you made a small tool to find other devs easier in Twitch, and it can filter to just app devs. And then try to do startup filters. That's awesome. I'm gonna check that out. Another streamer here, the Coppinger, made BuildStory.com as an AI coding spring, but it has a Discord with other builders. Yeah, I want to check that out too. Once I have something working, I'm not a beginner, no doubt. That's how I'm feeling. I feel like starting to like even talk and like coding terminology without even like thinking about it. I'm noticing I'm like doing that automatically sometimes. So yeah, this is an awesome journey. I can't wait to like be a pro and like look back at like my day one videos and just kind of like shake my head at myself like how I was such a beginner and everything. But yeah, I know I still got a long ways to go to be at the level where I can see the pros are at. Okay, passed. Oh yeah, I was down here. That's right. Clean build. build passes. Here's the summary. Now I'm going to have it pushed to GitHub real quick. All right, so I want to make the first push to GitHub. I just created the repository. I'm going to paste the URL that it gave me. I want you to create a prompt for Claude in the terminal so that it can do this push. Not get home, GitHub. Yes, the beginner streaming issues. I hear that. Especially I started on my laptop, and then when I switched over, when I got the new desktop, that actually caused more problems initially than I thought it would solve. But yeah, I figured it out and fixed it, and now I'm just like running pretty smooth. And still more upgrades I want to make, but I think the main ones are definitely done. Just trying to make at least one improvement every day. Continual improvement. All right. And voice prompting, yeah. And now that I'm like getting better at voice prompting, now I'm totally seeing the need for or that I want better like voicing tools. So I did not understand that before. I'm like, why would someone make like this whisper flow or this like bridge flow or whatever it's called when you can just like hit like the Windows key and like H and then it'll automatically do it for you. But now I totally am starting to understand. And yeah, consistency is key. I feel like just doing this like almost every day is major because there's so much that is like so many new things every day. Yeah, proceed. And I'm hoping that it works after this push is successful. I'm just going to check the GitHub, refresh, see the files. Yep, to there. Just pushed it now. Awesome. Okay, now I'm going to try it. See, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I notice like sometimes when I have the project already up and running, then it like causes extra steps because it's saying like it's already running on a different server and okay. But now it's back. Like it tried to have me go to a different server, but now it seems like it just updated the same one. And yeah, should be good to go. Nothing to fix. Let's try this out. What's my background career-wise? Entrepreneur. No coding background. First business that I did with some friends was like a college town restaurant delivery service, like maybe at least like 15 years ago, I'm thinking. And it was like before like any of the like DoorDash or like Uber Eats existed. And yeah, it was super easy. But after like 2 to 3 years, I was just like, I was like starting to like lose interest in it. And then that's when competition came and started. And then I started writing books. and then that transitioned into starting a publishing company. Essentially, I was like, I can only write so many books, so I started, and I like knew the formula for like what books sold, and so then I started like hiring freelancers to write for me, and I would tell them like what to write, and I would do all the like the marketing stuff of it and like posting up those books. So then I went from writing like maybe like one book a month to like 10, and then after a few years I had some issue with false copyright claims, and then that cut my revenue down. And then I was just like, this is like kind of stupid because the way I had it set up was through Amazon was the main moneymaker, but Amazon had it so if any major publisher came in and said that you copyrighted them, they didn't even investigate it. They just shut your account down. And it took a while for me to get my account back up. But then just another person did it like right afterwards. And found out that essentially a lot of these big publishing companies were just lying and saying that people were copywriting their work just to get them taken down so they'd have less competition, and Amazon wasn't doing anything about it. So I ended up just like kind of like just being like, I already did this, like I want to do something new, and then tried starting a bunch of different businesses. A bunch of them like didn't work, but yeah, now I'm just like just starting new businesses, and I feel like vibe coding is like the biggest skill for impact as an entrepreneur that I could learn right now. And started this challenge, started this finance thing is basically a new business, but I see a bunch of different ways that I can like monetize this vibe coding, what I'm doing, just beyond even um the uh the financial part of it. Okay, so what were the books about? So started out doing other business books because I always read nonfiction, and all my books were nonfiction. Started out doing like marketing and business books. Those didn't sell too well. Started doing books about people. Um, those sold okay. Some of them sold better than others. But then I started doing summaries of other books, and those were selling like crazy. Then even though it wasn't a copyright thing, they made it so you couldn't do summaries of other books anymore. Um, I also tried a few other like niches for books, but yeah, the books about people were like the funnest. Like I remember like my first book that like really took off was about LeBron James, and that one did really well. I had what was that book? Like I did one book about like a TV show, and I don't remember it, but like I got like this True Hollywood Story contacted me, and they're like, hey, can we use your book for like as like reference for our we're doing an True Hollywood Story on like the person you wrote this about, and I'm like, yeah, cool. Didn't ask them for anything. I was just like, yeah, you can use it. Next day it was like 1,000 new like purchases of the book. They must have bought like 100 or 200, and then it just like pushed it up the algorithm so that they pushed it super hard, and a bunch of people bought it. And then I had a university in Japan reach out to me about I did a book about like I think it was like Theodore Roosevelt, president in the United States, like ancient president, and they wanted to like do have that book be a part of their curriculum for like an exam about like American history. So then I was just like, they didn't say like anything about like how they'd compensate me. They just asked, could they use my book? Told them, yeah, they could. And then essentially I just got crazy like purchases from that book because they must have had it so everyone that went to that school had to buy that book for part of the curriculum. And then another book I did, I got like a letter from like a random TV show that I never watched, and they were like, "Hey, can we use your book in the background?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess so." I was like, "No big deal." And then they just like it was like a book that they placed in the background of the show that like the characters in the show like had or something, and then that led to that one like getting a ton of. But yeah, no, definitely rambling about that and all the different niches, and all the cool things that happen. So I know how easy it is for like random things to just like get picked up when you never expect it. Essentially, a big lesson I learned about that was like the 80-20 principle. Like 10 to 20% of my books were making like 80% of the profit, and it was rarely the books that I thought would like do super good would do super good. I just had to like put a bunch of stuff out there, see what worked, and if something worked, then I'd like try to like expand on it. So yeah, I learned a lot as an entrepreneur. Now I'm trying to apply that to vibe coding, and like it's helping a ton when I'm building stuff because I'm building it using like the same, like I got my system that I've been building for vibe coding behind me, and like the first part of that I'm doing every day is like using a business process to find pain points and like find the ideas. So I'm like essentially like every app and everything I'm making is like almost its own business. Exactly. The more pins you have on the board, the more things happen. 30 apps in 30 days. Yep. Because I never know. I've got tracking on all the apps. Never know which one's going to take off. I'm just like, telling everyone about them, putting all the links in the description so anyone can use them. And then, like, after the 30 days, I can check the analytics, get a better idea of which ones are being used more or less, and then kind of go from there for the next step. And also the logic behind the 30 apps in 30 days was I figured like do that as phase one because building 30 apps will get me like out of that beginner phase and like teach me how to build stuff. And if I only focus on building for the first 30 days and only building like MVPs and like not focusing too much on the design and stuff, then that should just get my building skills up, which I feel like they are. um Yeah, that's one thing I got to do. I don't understand Twitch too well. I just went on there and set a category. But yeah, I'm gonna I didn't know that was possible even, so I'm gonna take a note of that for links for Twitch. All right, so here goes the test. So yeah, let's say I bought down here. Say I bought it at 65,467. And it's not working. So that's no problem. Oh, waiting for support levels. I feel like it should have done it already. So anyways, let's see, where was I in the build? I feel like there was one last step. Yep, multi-streaming. Twitch and YouTube right now. I don't know if there's any other places that would make sense to stream on. But yeah, also I'm in the process of trying to put out more other than live videos and like keep doing that on YouTube. Because I feel like I have some good ideas for like other videos for what I'm doing that should help. So, all right, we got I think would be the last step. I'm going to check the plan real quick. Test and verify. All right. All right, Gemini. I am on the test and verify last step. I have not started it yet. Well, I guess essentially I have not started it with giving a prompt to Claude to start it, but I went and I tried to test on the local host and I put in a price, but no line showed up and it still shows on the card to show the different lines. It says waiting for support levels. So essentially, like the chart is showing, it's showing a line that's showing the current price, but is not showing um the actual trailing stop lines that the app is supposed to, the main point of the app. Yeah, respect. I'll look into Kick for sure. Take a note. Yeah. All right. Sounds like the app is currently a bit too picky about what it calls a support level since the cards say waiting for support levels. The engine is technically running, but its strict V-shaped filters are likely tossing out all the candidates. And where I set that price at, it should definitely have levels up there. Or at least one, if not two. Should have one like there and one there. And like if I had done this last night when the price was up here, then it should also have one right here. Okay. Um so you're saying for the volume I have on the YouTube of edited videos, you'd expect better outcomes but didn't watch yet. Just see all the last ones start in the same position. I'm not really sure what you're saying for what do you mean by better outcomes, I guess? And then like by the last one starting in the same position. I'm not really sure what you're saying. Let's see. The engine needs 3 candles after a low to confirm it's a local minimum. If I just started tracking 2 minutes ago, the app literally hasn't seen enough to pass to verify a wick yet. Told the engine to only show support levels that are above the entry price. If the market is currently below where you bought it, no, it's not. The engine will hide those lines because they don't respect lock profit yet. The time anchor guard, the code is strictly looking at candles that started after I clicked the button. If there is a perfect wick 5 minutes before I click start, the app is currently ignoring it. No, that's not it. I got a prompt to give to Claude to see where it's getting stuck. Diagnostic check, add console logs, check the time anchor, debug the V-shape, fix and verify. All right. Going back to the code. So 5 seconds in, and you get why people jump out of the video. It's not a good start. See him reading a script and not moving. I hear you. Yeah, because I'm like starting. I'm starting by doing talking to the LLM and like doing the planning process. And I remember when I first started, like people were saying like just get to the building. And I feel like the planning is super important. But yeah, if that's um oh yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying because you're talking about not the you're talking about the older videos I had with that weren't the live stream. And those I made with not all of them, but like for like a month before I started the live stream, I made a AI avatar with myself on HeyGen. And I made my main video for my channel to say like, I created a AI avatar of myself with HeyGen and like here's how it works. And that's funny that it looks like it's like a ransom video because it's not really me. It's an AI avatar of me. Yes, that makes sense why people, okay. Yeah, and those videos, like, yeah, oh man. And I was thinking about taking those down, and I was asking AI, and AI was like, "Nah, like you should definitely leave those up because it shows people that you were like, doing different things with AI." And part of me is like what you're saying is like they are just like bad, like it's not real, it's like fake. But part of me is like, yeah, it shows that like I was like using AI for certain things, and but what I'm thinking is like I just need to start creating more videos so then those will just be like in the past and they won't even like because those are the first ones that are showing up. It makes so much sense. And yeah, no, thank you for that. That helps me a ton understand. Like I thought that like people would think those AI generate avatar videos were cool, but it's just not like it's not real, and I think people don't vibe with that. So yeah, that's why it's so important for me to start putting out videos, and I already have the content because it's already in the like the live stream. I just need to go through those videos and then pick out the best parts to turn into short and long form content. Yep, there's lower and higher quality AI videos, and I tried a few before HeyGen, and they weren't as good. And then HeyGen, the voice was really off, so then I did like 11 Labs voice that took like 3 hours of me talking from I had an old like what do you call it course that I made like 2 years ago about like like building a business with AI, and that course was like 6 hours long, so I just took the recording from that and gave it to 11 Labs, and it made like a way better voice than HeyGen had. But yeah, at the end of the day, now I'm seeing that like AI avatar videos do not do well on social media because people can tell it's AI, or at least they can tell something's off about it. So, anyways, yeah, I can definitely make my videos better for like angle and background too. So yeah, I'm gonna get back to the building for a little bit, but yeah. So here's the main point that I gotta, or part that I gotta vibe the chart for what it was not working, because this is the same problem I had yesterday, and I thought I could fix it by like um by from the start with the build phase. I was like, well, if I build this and I just have it use the same logic that it used yesterday and have it copy that, then it should like fix this problem. But then I learned a ton about like when I'm telling it to copy something, it can cause like way more problems, and I shouldn't have told it that. I should have just been like very clear about like the logic from yesterday that I learned from yesterday and not told it to like look back at that for a reference, because it had all kinds of code from like the original logic it made that didn't work, and it like got confused by that. So yeah, I learned a ton. Okay, try the dev server, should hot reload, try entering a price and beat. Okay, so they're saying maybe it works now, so I'll try it out. So I'm try this one this time. 6318 63451. Okay, and it's only doing a tight for this, so it should be. If I did that, there should also be one like at least right here, or even right here. Okay, so at least it's showing the one of them now, and the tight one is right. Like that's where it should be. Um, it's also touching that candle, and it shouldn't be touching that candle. Should be like maybe 0.2% below it. Okay. All right, so now it's showing the tight line for the stop loss, but it's touching the candle that it should be like, well, actually I'm not sure which candle that it's responding to now that I think about it. So yeah, essentially it's only showing a tight line. I feel like there should be at least one more line based on the price I gave it where I bought it to where it's at. But based on that, I'm also wondering like for this step, would this make more sense for me to um be like vibe coding into the Claude plan mode window versus like telling you this and having you create prompts for me? Yeah, I should be going in plan mode. Awesome. Yeah, no, this is my favorite part, the vibe coding part of it. Um, on the Claude plan mode. Okay. Okay, so the everything is built, but I'm noticing error. Essentially, only one line is popping up, and for it is the tight stop loss line. And for where I put my entry price, and I'm looking at the structure of the chart, there should be at least one more next line down, and I don't see it. So I don't know why it just like cut me off and started doing that, but I feel like it's got enough for. Oh yeah, this is totally okay. Yeah, I should totally be vibing with the Claude Code plan mode for this kind of stuff. Because the main thing is like I built it without having to in the terminal so that I didn't have to like compact the window and so it kept it low context. So now it makes more sense to come over here and do this. Okay. Yeah, still getting this new workflow down, but yeah, this is money. Okay, the chart is rendering fine. It draws all stops in active stops. The bug is purely in the algorithm. It's identified two issues. It's got to update the plan. Yeah, so I was like trying to vibe with Gemini for this part yesterday and it worked, but this I feel like is the way better way to go. Cuz I was like worried yesterday if I did it like this that it would like eat up too much context, but I mean the build's already done, so at this point the context shouldn't matter, and plus because I'm in this other window shouldn't matter. Okay, refresh the app and try entering the price again. C to the buy price of I'm gonna do it down here. 63563. So I should be able to see at least two lines. Okay. Yeah, it's not working right because price is down here and it's showing lines up there. looks like it's kind of putting, like if the price were up here, the lines are still off a little bit, but for the most part, okay, I see what the problem is. Back to the vibing. Okay, now it's showing 3 lines, but the problem is they're all above the current price. So essentially, what needs to happen is this is a trailing stop. So these lines need to be below what the current price is and above what the entry price is. So make it so it's applying the lines in the right place so that it's above the entry price and below the current price. All right, they're saying they fixed it. Gonna refresh. 63600. I can tell right now those are too tight. Well, maybe not. Well, yeah, this is kind of the same. It's like the same level. So it should be looking at this as the next level. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the stream. So essentially, this is called level lock. And if you know what trailing stops are, that's what this does, and it's doing it automatically. So I'm still vibing with it to get it to put the stops in the right place. But essentially, like you put in the price you bought at. So like what I'm doing for an example right here is saying that I bought it would have been like, I don't know, maybe a week ago down at like this price level. So then it should show where the price is now, and it should put where I want to put my trailing stop losses at, or where the like good options are to put them. So essentially what would happen is like say that this price does what Bitcoin has been doing and what a lot of stocks do, where it's just kind of staying in the same range and going up and down in the same place. If this price were to go back down to where I bought it and I didn't have any trailing stops in, then I would just like either get, stopped out and like break even and not make any profit, or else it would like go down lower and I would lose. So essentially, what I'm doing is I'm having it so it shows people the best places to put a trailing stop if they're already in the money, so that if this were to go back down, which it's already starting to do, to where you bought it, then you'll still at least get some profits. So I'm just having trouble with it understanding the logic of where to put the lines. So I'm having to vibe code that fix. All right, so let's see. Back to the code. All right, so it's showing a second line this time, but it's putting the line on a spot on a level that is in the past, but it's at the same level that the first line is basically at. So this should be able to look back in the past and realize that if it's already drawn one line at that level, that it doesn't need to do another line if it's at the same line of support as the previous line. It should be looking down to see where the next level of support is and then drawing the line um, based on that level of support, not on um, lines that go back in time that are on the same level of support, which is what it's doing. All right, it said it already fixed it. Let's see. All right, I see what it's doing now. Now it's making the tight line based on the last level of support. The tight line should be based on the current level of support. Okay. All right, now it's showing only one line, and that's the tight line. And it's putting the tight line on the previous level of support that matches the current level of support. So the tight line should be on the current level of support where it's at. And the previous level of support is basically the same level as the current level of support. So, because the previous level of support is the same as the current level where the tight line should be, it should be looking back to the next lowest level below the current level of support to set the next line, and then it should be looking at the next level of support below that to set the third line. Yeah, making progress. Refresh and try again. All right. Oh, I didn't show the code that time. All right. Refresh. 63600. Oh, got all three lines. First one is on the right level. Wait, no, it's not, because it's not. Yeah, I think it's going back to this level, because it should be right underneath this candle right here. And the next line is looking, yup, because this one's on this level. And then the next one's looking at, I have no idea which one that's. Oh, this level. But I bought it down here, so it doesn't understand. Okay. And then this one's looking at this level right here. Okay. So I'm thinking I almost have to put in the day I bought it. See what it's doing. All right. All right, so now it's showing 3 levels of support. However, the first level is not directly below the candle wick that is at the current level of support where the price currently is. Because there's a candle that goes like maybe 12 candles back that is the lowest wick of the current level that the price is at. And it's not underneath that wick. It's underneath a wick of the current level, but like the current level when it was back in time. So the first level needs to be right underneath the lowest wick for where the current price is at that level. So then the other 2 levels are lower, but they are based on levels that are um before the price of where I actually bought it. So essentially it's going like too far back. It should be looking at the current level where the current price is and then go back to the um most recent time in the past where the next level down is, and then create the line there, and then go back to the most recent time in the past from there where the next level of support down is from there, and create the third line there. But this is really good task for vibe coding part, because it like really doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here. And yesterday I did an app that was basically like, stop losses based on where the current price is, and that was a little bit easier to explain to it how to get it right. And I thought that by like trying to tell it to like copy the logic from that yesterday would make this easier, but it made it more difficult. So I understood now like how I shouldn't be doing that, and I need to like explain things differently. And now I'm seeing where this is like really confused where to draw these lines, and like how it's thinking, how it doesn't understand what I'm saying, and we just got to like get on the same page with what it's trying to do here. So yeah, that's a good point for existing libraries that give that functionality. So I was already looking for that, and essentially I couldn't find anything that's doing this, because the existing libraries, they all set the stop limits based on just like, what do you call it, percentages. So that's like kind of like the beginner kind of like logic, which is why most, even I was talking to about it earlier, and what it's doing is it's looking at the majority of apps out there to make its logic. So what it wanted to do at first was set the logic so like the first stop loss is like exactly 2% below the current price, and then the next one is like 5%, and then the third one is like 10%. But that is a very beginner way of doing it. I want to do like the more advanced way. And I was talking to someone on the stream that understood this too when I made it yesterday, and he was like, "Yeah, like they've been trying to do this for a long time with programming, and like no one can really figure it out. What you're doing is new." And I was like, "Yes," I was like, "That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make apps that, like a lot of this, like people could do this with fixed percentages, but from what I understand, nothing exists where it's like programmed to put the stop losses that would make way more logical sense as far as like where you'd want them to be. And beginners aren't going to understand this, but like I understand exactly where they should be, and I've just got to like get that clear with Claude. So essentially they're saying refresh and try again. All right. But yeah, if you can find something to where this already like exists, let me know, and that would probably make it way easier. But from what I understand, it doesn't. It would just like automatic. Most of them automatically set these at like percentages. Okay, so try it again. It was 63.6. That's right. Oh, duh. No, it's putting it way too low. I mean, it's putting it like in the right spot for this level of support, but that should be like the third line. And there should be like one here. So it's reading like this, like at the current level of support was where this one should be. And then the next one should go back and see that, okay, this is the same level of support, but this one's different. So then it should be putting like one right here. And then the third one should be seeing like, okay, this is the next farthest back, put that here. So, gonna let this know. Okay, so now it's only showing one line, which is the tight line, and it's essentially putting that where the third line should be. So the tight line should be at the level of support where the current price is, and it should be looking at the candles around the current price to make the tight line, and then it should be going back in time to finding the next level of support down. And in this case, going back in time, the next level of support is the same level of support as the current level of support. So it should be looking at that and realizing, like, okay, this is the next level back, but it matches the current level of support. So it needs to go back and find the next level of support that's lower than the current level of support to put the line there. And then do the same thing for the third line. Yeah, so I'm seeing why like before vibe coding to actually like program something like this would have probably been like extremely difficult if you had to like actually write out the code and then like realize it's not working and then like try to make a change. And yeah, that would have been something else. Oh yeah, I switched to code because it's showing the said it found the bug. The zone logic has a creeping zone problem. When it lowers the zone's price to a more conservative wick, the next candle is compared against the lower price, so it also gets absorbed. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, refresh and try again. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're talking about the niche being um like you don't understand this niche so well, but like basically there should be something like this. Yeah, I just couldn't find it. And if it is with the stock market, I'm guessing it would not be on the free tier for the APIs. And so like up until yesterday, all the apps I was doing was for the stock market, and I was using all different APIs on the free tiers just to like try out all the different APIs. And I would guess if they had some formula like this, it wouldn't be free. And then I found out with crypto, you don't even need APIs. There's a bunch of different exchanges that are major exchanges that just give you everything for free that would be on the paid tiers for the stock market stuff. So like I was had this kind of like an idea in the back of my head before, but I never did it with the stock market stuff because I realized like I wouldn't be able to get it on the free tier. And so now that I know like that about the crypto stuff that you don't even need an API, you just get everything for free. I'm like, well, I should try doing this then. So, check out code libraries. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. I didn't even know something like that existed. So I'm gonna write that down. Um, all right, so they're saying it should be working now. So I just gotta refresh and try again. Um, buy price be 63.6. Okay. See what it's doing. It's getting better. Still not going on the current support. And the line's touching the wick and it shouldn't be. But I should be more about getting the lines right first, and then I can say to not touch the wick. Okay. Um, so there's at least 12 candles. Okay, so now it's showing the three lines is getting a little better. It's still not recognizing the current level of support, and the price right now, there's about 12 candles behind it that are all on the same level of support, but the line is not underneath the the lowest candle at the current level. It's looking like it's right underneath the lowest candle of the the current level from the past, from like yesterday. So maybe these levels are like not exactly the same. Like they're off by like maybe just a little bit, but they're basically like the same level of support. So essentially it's still not recognizing the current level of support, even though there's like 12 candles that are all at that same level, and it's going back in time to the same level that's like from yesterday. And then the other two ones are almost accurate, but I guess maybe it's easier to like fix this one level at a time. Do whatever you think is best. Okay, I can search that on GitHub for the code libraries. AI can search it for me too. That's probably easier. The original point was asking AI for existing financial graphing libraries and letting AI reuse that code to save you a lot of the vibe coding that I'm doing right now. Um, yeah, I'm gonna try asking it that. See if it has that. Trading view lightweight charts. Yep, that's what I'm using for the chart for this. Um, and I remember when I coded this, I had to make it so like the logic for the lines is different than the logic for the chart, so it didn't get confused. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if there's if this didn't work, I'm going to gotta see if there's actual logic that exists for this. Let's see. Okay, way better, but it's still got that same problem. Like now 2 and 3 are right, but 1 is still looking at the wrong spot. So I just have to fix 1. But yeah, it's like it's getting there. Um, whoa, that's some loud lightning outside. Hope my computer doesn't shut down. Okay. All right. Getting close. Okay, now lines 2 and 3 are correct, but line 1 is still underneath the level of support that is the current level of support, but it's underneath the wick of the same level of support from yesterday. So I'm not understanding why it's not drawing that first tight stop loss line underneath the wick from the current level of support where it's sitting at right now, when there's at least 12 candles behind it that are all building the same level. And yeah, I do want something unique. And from what I understand, the industry doesn't have anything like this. So I'm going to ask right now, I'm going to ask Gemini to see. I just got a suggestion from somebody in the comments, and they mentioned that there's like libraries of code that I could have you look up. Could you look up to see if there's any existing code for trailing stop losses that puts the losses underneath the lines of support instead of putting them at like fixed percentages? But yeah, that's essentially with every app I've done, I've tried to do something that's unique. I've been asking like, does something like this already exist? Um, and then a lot of times maybe even like, 80 or 90% of what the app has already exists, but then I'll put like something that's like unique on it that makes it different from everything else out there. Okay, saying check it again. I think it did it. No. Maybe it's doing that one, but okay, it's at the right spot, but it's not at the right candle. But the second and third are. Okay. Exactly, you get it. Doing this like entrepreneur style, like I'm starting a business with each app, and like each app is like I'm planning it like I'm planning a business. Yup. All right. All right. So definitely an improvement. Now the first line is at the right level of support. It's just underneath the wrong candle. So it's underneath a candle that's like 2 or 3 candles back from where it's currently at. But if you go back like 10 more candles, there's a lower wick. So it should be underneath the lowest wick of the current level of support. All right, so Gemini is telling me that there are several professional grade libraries and indicators that use structural support, like candlewicks and swing lows instead of fixed percentages or trailing stops. Traders often refer to this as structure-based trail or swing low trailing. And TradingView, Pine Script indicators. So yeah, you're right. It should be on TradingView and Lux Algo. And then there's Python libraries. Wow, so that's something where I know like now when I'm doing a build, I should be if there's like a part like this, I should be looking to see if there's already a code that exists for it that it can just copy from, that I don't have to explain it. Yeah, I appreciate you for guiding me to understanding this. This is like helping me a ton. Like I'm learning so much today. This is usually I only have like don't even have like half the amounts of notes that I took today. You can see behind me on the board like most of that red is all notes from today, and this is awesome how much I've learned today. I totally came on thinking this was going to be a super easy build and I was just going to try a new method, but no, but because I learned so much. Um and yeah, I do like that too, that all these questions and like all the more problems I face, it like teaches me so much more about the industry, and I'm starting to get the terminology down. It's almost like a different language. Yup, sometimes the names are like better for marketing, but yeah, I'm trying to do my best to pick like the best marketing names from the start. I'm just basically telling it like find a name that's catchy, and for somebody that looks at the name that explains what it does, like they can just read the name and then in like instantly they understand what the tool does by just looking at the name. So I could probably get more detailed in like the parameters I'm giving it for finding a name. Okay, refresh and recheck. Yep, it did it. I'm right. I got it. Okay. All right. That is awesome. I definitely want to save it to GitHub right now. That is awesome. I'll be right back. Yeah, so apparently this project is not as original as I thought, but it's still a win to me because I learned so much making it that Man, this is one of the biggest learning days I feel like I've had since I started. That is awesome. You're saying you spent several hours and days after you discovered the word flow comes up frequently in AI generated names. Yup, I noticed that too. And I'm seeing how like people are starting all these businesses, and I can totally tell that like AI is like guiding them to make the business. And I can totally see how like, a lot of people have like similar ideas, and then AI just kind of like leads them to the same place, because I can tell how like people are letting AI like guide them instead of guiding the AI. And I see that with books, I see it with businesses, I see it with the names of this stuff. And I'm just getting so good at being able to tell like, okay, AI like directed them to make that. They didn't direct AI to make what they want to make. They gave AI an idea, and then AI was like, "Oh yeah, you should do it like this." And they're like, "Oh really? Okay." And then they're like, "Yeah, and make the name this, and then do this," and then they end up making something that's the same as like everybody else with that like similar idea had, but they're not understanding how to like um make it based on their own vision and not let AI direct the vision for them. So that's a big part of like I already kind of like saw that before I came into this challenge. And I'm like trying to explain that too when I'm on live stream every time, like, okay, AI is trying to like tell me what to do and like direct me to its vision, and it's straying away from my vision, so I need to like bring it back and like make sure it understands my vision, and it's not trying to like go off and send me down the path that has sent like 1,000 people before me that ends up in the same place that they created something. Okay. Um, the push is successful. So I'm going to double check on GitHub. Yup. Okay. Now I'm going to go to Vercel. Add a new project. Level lock. No environment variables for this one. Just doing the deployment. Awesome. Search AI for code libraries. Yeah. Right. So live. And do analytics. Enable free. Got the analytics code. All right, I just sent the project to Vercel and enable analytics. I got a code that they gave me. I'm going to paste it here. I want you to create a prompt that I can give to the terminal window to make sure the analytics are working. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. Yep. Because AI is definitely going to try to run I if I don't stop it from trying. And yeah, I mean, I get it. Like it's trying to help people like create stuff, but it's so obvious that so many people are just like letting AI take the driver's seat and not using it as a tool. So yeah, I think that's that's a major thing that I see that I think a lot of people don't see from before vibe coding, using LLM so much for business stuff and marketing stuff. But now I'm trying to take it to the next level. I'm like, if I can just program stuff in Claude Code for the LLM to do my business processes without me manually having to do it, that's like next level. All right. So this one is done. Yeah, that was an interesting build, interesting session. Never thought I would learn this much, but yeah, I'm glad I just switched up that process a little bit. That's all it took to like get so much info. But yeah, definitely went longer than I was planning on doing, but it was worth it, just like always. Um, yeah, so basically, respect to everybody. Um, Thanks for all the help. Definitely got a lot of good information today. I'm going to be posting the link for this tool in the description before the next day, which I think is going to be like 23 MJ Day, Michael Jordan. So yeah, yeah, this is awesome. Today was another good day. Hope you got value off of what I had to say. Always trying to come through with no delay, making everything better as I go. So staying in the flow. Until next time, I'm out.